Thank you for everybody's patience. We are now turned to Madam Clerk. We'll now turn to Madam Clerk to read the motion to come back into open session. Madam Clerk.
That council rise from closed session and reconvene in open session at 6:42 p.m. And I just need a mover and a seconder for that. Councillor Wolf and Councillor Reid.
Okay, Madam Clerk, will you call for the vote?
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. Are there further questions or comments from members of council? And I will turn to our clerk for a few comments. Madam Clerk.
Through you, Madam Chair, on your behalf, I just wanted to summarize that in closed session, council received legal advice from the city solicitor for discussion.
Thank you. Now I'll turn to Councillor Wolf, who has a comment, and I think we are going to return to listen to a potential amendment. Councillor Wolf.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. My amendment to the motion would be on the part and that Councillor Mike Mann be appointed as Deputy Mayor to the end of December 2021. And the other change would be, and that staff be directed to complete a review of the structure for acting and deputy mayors with mayor and council at the end of December 2021. And these dates coincide hopefully with the end of our emergency pandemic, and that to coincide with our motion to end video virtual meetings for council. And at that time, hopefully we can have full discussion and decide how we want to move on.
Our clerk would like some clarification. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Councillor Wolf, can you just let me know, so the review that you're looking for, is that to inform this council for this term?
Yes. So, well, it would be for us to discuss everything. So discuss how the mayor and Councillor Mann found that arrangement, to discuss going into the next election. Do we want to have the deputy mayor? If we're going to do it, electing a deputy mayor, we need to do it before the beginning of the term. We sort of need to set that up.
Through the chair.
So basically, so that we would have the time to fully discuss and review the structure. I mean, we're changing the structure, we're changing the function. So I don't think waiting to the beginning of next term is the time to do that, especially since we're doing it because we're in an emergency situation. So December 2021, we should be at the end of the emergency situation, and that's when I think would be a good time for the review.
Through the chair, I just wanted to point out that it is each term of council's opportunity to set that structure up however they wish. We will likely come to you earlier than December with this review. So just to incorporate anything in the Municipal Elections Act that may require your attention earlier than December 2021.
Okay, so should I change the date or just leave it more flexible?
Through the chair, you can leave it flexible, and we'll report on that portion of it earlier if we have to.
Okay, so make it should say no later than December. Okay, so the amendment would be no later than the end of December 2021.
And is there a seconder for your motion?
I need one.
Councillor Meta?
Yes, Councillor Armato will second that.
And I have Councillors Liggett and Ermetta on this. Did you want to speak to this amendment, Councillor Liggett?
I did. I have a concern with saying to the end of a date, if not that I think that the emergency measures will end before that, but if it ends in August, there's no wording here to say whichever comes first.
Okay.
Um,
Councillor Wolf, did you have,
I have no problem with the way that it says before December 21st. So if you'd like to say when the emergency is declared over, I don't know.
may I just defer to Madam Clerk to see if we can come with some wording that makes your point? Madam
Okay,
Clerk?
thank you.
I'm wondering through you, Madam Chair, if the wording could be, and that Councillor Mike Mann be appointed as Deputy Mayor for the remainder, or sorry, until the conclusion of the municipal emergency, or at the lifting of the municipal emergency.
Councillor Wolf?
Yes, that's fine.
And Councillor Meta, is that satisfactory since you're the seconder?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, my question would be, which you probably don't have the answer to at this time, is how long is this emergency going to go? Like, I mean, the emergency could be done, by August, hopefully. I would hope so, right? But what if it goes on until the next year? So while I understand where the clerk is coming from, and for the most part, I don't object to that wording, I guess, what kind of provision do we have if it does carry on later than we'd like in terms of the emergency? And can we revisit it, by the end of this year? So I like the idea of by the end of this year, or if the emergency ends before then. But if it goes into 2022, I'd rather deal with it before that, even if we're still in an emergency. So maybe your wording does cover that anyways, but I would just like to have that kind of a provision in there. Thank you.
Councillor Wolf, I'll go back to you.
Yes, we could say at the lifting of the emergency or the end of December 2021 at the latest.
Councillor Meta?
I would be satisfied with that. Your worship, Madam Chair. So.
And just when Madam Clerk is finished writing this out, I will have her read out and just confirm that you've got your motion amendment the way you want it.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Clerk.
And that Councillor Mike Mann be appointed as Deputy Mayor until the lifting of the municipal emergency or the end of December 2021, whichever comes first. And then the other piece was, and that staff be directed to complete a review of the structure for acting and deputy mayors no later than the end of December 2021 for this term of council.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, there are other comments speaking to the motion. Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm still going to vote against this for various reasons. Just for a point of information for everybody, the region does not have an alternate for the chair of the region either. I still think this is preferential treatment. I am concerned about how this came about and how the decision was made. And as I've said, if you look at how the public voted in the last election, there are 4 councillors ahead of Councillor Mann in popularity with the public. And I'm one of those, but I couldn't possibly take on that role. So this isn't about me. This isn't about my ego. It goes against my moral compass, actually, to do what we're doing now. And When I hear the reasons of why Councillor Mann was chosen, I don't agree with them. Any one of us can chair virtual meetings. I've chaired virtual meetings. Any one of us can learn how to operate under emergency measures. There was a first time for everybody. And it doesn't take long to be brought up to speed on that sort of thing. So I just find this whole thing abhorrent, and I think that any one of us is qualified to do this, and I do think it's preferential treatment as has been happening for quite a while now. Thank you. And that's my opinion.
And you're entitled to your opinion. I won't agree with that. Councillor Hamilton and then Councillor Ermetta. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I just wanted to wait until Councillor Ermetta's information was brought forward before I kind of weighed my decision on this. And thank you, Councillor Ermetta, for asking about that. It's great to have rigor throughout this process. Although I understand where Councillor League is coming from, and I think those are, again, a valid opinion, I'm going to be in favor of this motion because I think that right now we're facing some extreme uncertainty and volatility in terms of the economy, in terms of social structure, in terms of travel, visiting family. It's a weird time, and I think that with Councillor Wolf's amendments to make sure that this only goes until the end of kind of the state of emergency, that there's some security and stability. And I think that with Councillor Mann's previous experience, as Councillor Adshade mentioned, with Councillor Mann's previous experience, he would be a good fit for this role, considering the background, tumultuous social, economic, and even political contexts that we're facing. I do understand Councillor Liggett's concerns, but I do want to stress that with every single ward, that's a unique sample of voters that's voting for that specific batch of candidates. So I don't think it's fair to compare voters in one ward with voters in another, because you're not actually voting for the same people. You can only compare, again, all the candidates within that specific ward. And I went through a very strange by-election in a pandemic. So how do you compare those numbers with everyone else's that were essentially voted in pre-pandemic? It just gets really messy. And I think that mess is an example of how we need some sense of background stability, where if the mayor becomes ill or has to go into surgery, we can continue the processes of council smoothly, continuously, and we don't have to get caught up in kind of the debates over who's in charge, who's doing what, what's the relationship with the region. So I do see some logic to this. I value everyone's opinion. I like the fact that it's just declared to be consistent with the state of emergency. And I think, again, there's some security and stability. So I'll be voting in favor of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ermetta, then Councillor Devine. Councillor Ermetta.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a request in terms of the vote. I would like to split the motion if possible to be able to vote on it separately. So I'd like a separate vote for the main motion and a separate vote for the amendment. I am comfortable supporting the amendment. The main motion, it's got nothing to do with the individual. I love Mike. I think he's a great, capable person, but it's just the process, and it kind of goes against my principles. I believe that there should be a more structured way in choosing a deputy mayor. So I'd like to split the motion and to be able to vote on each one separately, because I've got opposing views for each side. So I can support the amendment, but the main motion, it's not the individual, it's just the process. I have a different opinion, obviously, with the process, and I want to be able to express that. Thank you.
I'm going to turn to the Madam Clerk, because the only thing we're discussing right now is the amendment. Madam Clerk.
Through you, Madam Chair. Councillor Ermetta, can you clarify for me? We will first vote on the amendment, and then we would vote on the main motion as amended. So.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, I guess in the past when I've been at some meetings, and this was before you were in your role, sometimes when we would pass the amendment, the motion passed automatically. And I want to be able to vote on them separately. So it sounds like we're doing that. So we'll deal with the amendment first, then the main motion after. All right, thank you.
Councillor Devine, go ahead, please.
Thank you, through the chair. I can support the motion as it's been amended because the staff is going to put criteria in place prior to the end of this year on how this is to be handled in future elections, is my understanding, with input from council. So I can support the motion as amended, but I can't support the main motion. So how do we do this?
Councillor Devine, we've just heard from Madam Clerk. We'll be voting on the motion with the amendment in front of you first. Any other questions? I'm going to have Madam Clerk weigh in.
Through you, Madam Chair. So you're going to vote on the amendment proposed, and then you're going to vote on the main motion as amended. So if the amendment passed, then it would be incorporated into the main motion. So the main motion would change. Does that help clarify that? You're not voting on the main motion if the amendment passes. You're voting on it as amended.
So we're voting, yeah, but it's my understanding, I would have thought we're voting on the motion as amended.
So yes, first we're voting on the amendment, which is two pieces. I'm going to read it out, which is two pieces, which is the piece about that Councillor Mike Mann be appointed as deputy mayor until the lifting of the municipal emergency or at the end of December 2021, whichever comes first. And then the other part of the amendment is, and that staff be directed to complete a review of the structure for acting and deputy mayors with mayor and council no later than the end of December 2021. So that's the first piece you're going to vote on. The second piece will be the main motion as amended. If that first piece passes, it will be incorporated into the main motion.
Okay, well, I can vote for the amendment, no problem. Both amendments, the way they're worded, I can vote for that, but I don't understand how you do this. I would think once the amendment, if it's amendments passed, because the side is tied so tightly to the motion, that the motion passes as well. But I will tell you right now, I will vote for the amendment, but I will vote against the motion because I don't agree with the way it's being done. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, just so everyone's on the same page, when you add an amendment to a motion, it can change the intent of that motion, which is what has happened here. Should the amendment pass, I suggest we tackle that first, and then we will look at what the main motion becomes, because it becomes amended, incorporating that amendment into it, those changes into the main motion. So the main motion, the way it was written, is no longer, should the amendment pass.
That would be my theory as well.
No further questions, Councillor Devine?
No, none, thank you. Madam
Okay.
Mayor?
Councillor Liggett, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm still very confused here, and through you to the clerk. The way the amendment is written still allows for Councillor Mann to be the deputy mayor.
Yes.
So if we pass the amendment, then we are passing the fact that Councillor Mann would be the deputy mayor. So if we disagree with that, we have to vote down the amendment. Right.
Through you, Madam Chair, that is correct. Councillor Liggett, if you disagree with that individual being appointed, then you are correct. Further, we would also, should the amendment pass, we would also need to amend the bylaw that appoints Councillor Mann, and because of the term limits being applied to this.
Okay, I get it now. So I need to vote down the amendment, and just so that we are clear, because of the way you just worded that, it's not about the person, it's about how this has all come about, and it's also about the fact that there are other people around this table who are quite capable of doing the same job. Thank you.
And I will make some comments as well. I appreciate the discussion this evening. I will point out that during the research into the report, that the municipalities that were mentioned, as well as others across Ontario, choose the way they appoint a substitute differently. So although some look at how many votes somebody got, there are other municipalities that vote in the regional councillor. There are others where the mayor appoints a deputy each year. It's outlined in your report. Currently, I have moved forward with this recommendation because of all of the things I outlined in my original marks. And I am going to let the public know that this is an unusual situation. We're in the middle of a state of emergency. We do need an appointed person to be able to have signing authority in order to move city business forward. And the regional council will only appoint one person, or allow one appointed person per term to sit in as a substitute. And the key on the regional council piece is that that's where the pandemic control group meets in order to discuss the ongoing pandemic. That is why I've chosen this individual. If there are no further comments, we're ready to step forward with voting on the amendment. Madam Clerk?
On the amendment moved by Councillor, did we have a mover on the amendment? I can't remember, sorry. Councillor Wolf, and who was your seconder?
Councillor Armetta.
Armetta.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
He's gone.
Yeah, I just noticed that. Just a moment. He's gone. Oh, no. Okay, we'll move on. Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
Opposed?
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
So now we'll move to the main motion, and I'll take a moment for Madam Clerk to read it as amended. Madam Clerk.
Moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Reid. Recommendation that Council receive Report 21-125 CRS, appointment of Deputy Mayor and alternate at Regional Council for information, and that Councillor Mike Mann be appointed as Deputy Mayor until the lifting of the municipal emergency or the end of December 2021, whichever comes first, and that Councillor Mike Mann be appointed as an alternate to Regional Council pursuant to the regional policy for alternate members, and that staff be directed to incorporate the Deputy Mayor role as well as the acting mayor structure into the procedure bylaw once it is revised, and that staff be directed to complete a review of the structure for acting and deputy mayors with mayor and council no later than the end of December 2021. And further, that council direct the city clerk to notify the regional clerk once council appoints the alternate member of regional council.
Thank you. With no further questions or comments, I'm ready to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
I'm just going to bring Councillor Mehta in, Madam Chair. And maybe you could quickly provide him an update of what we're about to vote on.
Councillor Mehta, it's Mayor McGarry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can, Your Worship. Sorry, I had some technical difficulties. I'm back though. Did you miss me?
We did, actually. It was noted, and you're back. So as we are moving forward, we are now moving to the main motion as amended that would incorporate the amendment which did pass that you seconded. So the main motion is going to be voted on now.
And just to further clarify through you, Madam Chair, Councillor Mehta, this includes the amendment as you wished. Councillor Adshade.
Favor.
Councillor Devine.
Against.
Councillor Mehta.
Opposed?
Councillor Hamilton.
Favor.
Councillor Liggett,
Opposed?
Councillor Councillor Reid,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf,
In favor?
Mayor McGarry,
In favor.
and that carries.
Thank you. And thanks everyone for your patience. We will now move forward with our next item, which is number 10 on somebody's on. Could everybody please make sure you're muted? And thanks everyone for your patience. I'm still hearing feedback. We'll now move forward with our next item, which is number 10 on. Oh, Councillor Mann.
No,
Thank you. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was hearing echo, so I will move forward. Sorry, I forgot to bring you back in. Thankfully, the clerk's on top of things right now. So our next item on our agenda is item number 10, which is report 21-121 CRS Cambridge Consumption and Treatment Services Community Consultation and Site Identification. If you have submitted comments to this item or wish to, you may send comments to clerks@cambridge.ca. That's clerks@cambridge.ca. And your comments will be included in our minutes as part of the public record. So please note that all comments that is received by Thursday, April 1st at 4:30 p.m. will be included in our minutes of today's meeting. As per our procedure bylaw 18-15, delegations and materials are asked to remain respectful. You should not include offensive words, and we must ask you to keep your comments directly related to the item that will be before us this evening. First, we have a staff presentation as well as a consultation report presentation on this report. So I'm going to recommend this evening that we hear from staff and the consultant, Sue Cummings, who has joined us first, and then we'll reserve questions following our delegations. I'd also like to take a moment to outline the process and what we are doing here tonight. We are not being asked to select a site for a consumption and treatment site this evening. We are here to provide direction on the sites that staff have identified and direction on community consultation for a potential CTS site will be decided upon by council. I also want to note that if we choose to move forward with community consultation on the sites identified, it does not represent any agreement from council that we prefer one site over another. It only means that we want to hear from all audience on the candidate sites. We have our city clerk, Danielle Manton, and our manager of Realty Services, Paul Kahn, with us here this evening. Welcome to you both, and we'll just take a moment to get the presentation up.
Both of us are.
Okay, welcome. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council, staff, and public. The report before you this evening provides you with the framework for community consultation related to consumption and treatment services in the City of Cambridge. The report also addresses a previous direction from council to provide site identification as prescribed by the provincial and federal government. The proposed sites identified in the staff report are not being recommended for council's selection this evening. They are only being identified to gather feedback from all audiences through the community consultation process. We thank the community who have participated in various engagement opportunities up until this point. The process before you this evening will provide further engagement on various aspects of consumption and treatments in Cambridge.
Thank you. And now I'd like to invite Sue Cummings. Oh,
I'm
sorry. Sorry, a long pause. Go ahead. Sorry.
My apologies. The report before you this evening is in response to council's direction from June of 2019. The report, as well as our facilitator who is with us this evening, Sue Cummings, will provide a presentation outlining the plan to carry out the community consultation. Again, it is to reach all audiences on the sites identified in this report. Staff are asking Council for direction to proceed with bringing this community consultation to the public on the identified sites. When we consider the path that Cambridge has been on, back in June of 2019, Council directed staff to proceed with identifying candidate sites and one preferred site for consumption and treatment service with wraparound services in Cambridge, outside of the core areas and in an area of need as per the requirements of the Provincial Consumption and Treatment Services Program. Council also provided direction to staff to retain a professional facilitator to assist in the design and implementation of community consultation for the sites identified as potential candidate consumption and treatment service locations. Following the Ward 7 by-election, Council approved option 5 of the planning study on November 18, 2020. Since November, staff have met a 4th time with the Community Wellbeing Advisory Committee as directed by Council, and as a result of the pandemic have worked with the facilitator to modify the community consultation framework to provide additional engagement methods. As well, staff have continued the site identification process to find sites that could be proposed as outlined in the report before you this evening. The report before you is requesting Council to direct staff to complete this community consultation based on the sites identified in the report. We also ask Council to direct staff to report back following the community consultation on all of the feedback gathered. And further, staff request and remind Council that prior to a future operator moving ahead with an application to the federal and provincial governments, the Council receive a comprehensive work plan, and the Council has the opportunity to withhold, refuse support for a CTS application for the provincial program if they do not support a site. The sites before you this evening do not begin site selection. They have only been identified as candidate sites for the community to provide feedback on. This community consultation is not the same consultation that a potential future operator would also need to complete as part of their application process. This community consultation that Council is directing staff to do with the facilitator helps to prepare for that identification process and take us through it. Following the conclusion of all community consultation, as Sue Cummings will highlight in her presentation, staff will provide Council with a report in early fall of 2021 on all feedback received. Further, staff will provide recommendations based on the feedback they receive. Potential future operators are responsible for meeting all requirements of the government application process and to receive exemptions to Section 56(1) of the Controlled Drug and Substances Act. To operate supervised consumption services and to receive provincial funding for CTS, applicants must demonstrate their proposed service meets federal requirements as well as additional requirements under the Ontario CTS program. Council's endorsement of a location is one of the requirements for a potential future operator to obtain. This is the process we are currently in and what we've gone through. Back in June of 2019, you provided the direction to staff. Candidate sites have been being identified since November of 2020. There was further work done earlier than 2020 on candidate sites, and that has been part of all of this process. Today, we are here in this green square where we're asking for direction to provide the community consultation process. And following this, we would initiate that community consultation process based on approved candidate sites. That consultation would happen between April to July of 2021, and then we would report back with the feedback collected throughout community consultation in the fall of 2021. And at that time, Council may consider identifying a suitable site based on the feedback they receive. They may decide to go another way. That's Council's determination based on the feedback you receive. So again, I'm going to pass it over to Paul Kahn next to take you through site identification.
Thank you, Danielle. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of Council. Through November 2020 to March 2021, sites were identified and evaluated through a screening process to determine whether they met a set of criteria based mostly on the province's Consumption and Treatment Services Application Guide. The goal was to identify and report back to Council potential candidate sites to be considered for the next phase of site evaluation, which is the community consultation phase. Next slide, please. A checklist was developed to help screen potential candidate sites. The checklist consists of 12 criteria, 8 criteria from the provincial application guide, these being within area of need, within walking distance, accessible by public transit, AODA compliance, capacity to expand to wraparound services, proximity to childcare services, proximity to schools, and proximity to parks. Four other criteria were added for additional screening to take into consideration concerns identified in previous work by staff. These criteria being outside of the downtown core areas, outside of the 500-meter buffer zones, proximity to residential areas, and the all important property owners being agreeable to the CTS use. Next slide, please. 27 sites were evaluated. The sites were identified because they were on the market at the time and were within the narrow band of properties within the area of need, but outside of the downtown core area. The sites were then screened through the checklist. Of the 27 sites, 11 Easton Street and 8 Oxford Street met the most criteria. 11 Easton Street meets all criteria except for walking time. It is about a 14-minute walk to the center of the area of need versus the standard 10-minute walk. It should be noted, however, that the provincial guide does not provide a specific walk time. It just notes that a site should be within walking distance to areas of, known to have open drug use. 8 Oxford Street meets all the criteria except for it being inside the 500-meter core area buffer zone and being inside the 200-meter residential area buffer zone. And it should be noted that both of these criteria are not within the, they're not provincial application criteria. Next slide, please. 11 Easton Street is located about a block away from the intersection of Dundas Street North and Hespeler Road in the area known as the Delta. It is located within the red zone of the area of need. The property is located on a street of 7 properties. 5 of the properties are residential, however. The block is designated business industrial. Approximately 4,800 square feet is available on the ground floor. The floor plan, along with the multiple entrances and exits and washrooms, allow for easier reconfiguration for AODA compliance, fire safety, and for CTS layout. Next slide, please. Eight Oxford Street is located at the corner of Oxford Street and Roseview Avenue. The property is zoned commercial. However, the surrounding properties are residential. Approximately 3,000 square feet is available. The floor plan, along with the multiple entrances and exits and washrooms, allows for easier reconfiguration for AODA compliance, fire safety, and for CTS layout. Next slide, please. The next 7 slides are maps providing visuals of the evaluation of the sites based on criteria. So here, map 1 shows the proximity to area of need. So you'll see here that both sites, site 1 being 15 Easton Street and site 2 being 8 Oxford Street, they both are located within the area of need in the red zone. Next slide, please. Oh, one back. Thank you. Map number 2 is travel time from area of need to the sites. So on the left, you'll see that site number 1, 15 Easton Street, is about a 14-minute walk to the center of area of need. Close by to the site is a bus stop, and the bus ride would be about 8 minutes. On the right side, you'll see site number 2, 8 Oxford Street, and that's about a 6-minute walk to the center of the area of need. And also it has a bus stop that's not too far away. Next slide, please. Map number 3 is proximity to core area. So here you'll see outlined in black the Galt downtown core area, and in red outlined is the 500-meter buffer zone. So you'll see that site number 1, 15 Easton Street, is located out of both the buffer zone and the core area, whereas site number 2, 8 Oxford Street, is located outside of the downtown core area, but within the 500-meter buffer zone. Next slide, please. Map number 4 is proximity to child care centers. So you'll see that both sites are located outside of the 200-meter buffer zones from the nearest child care centers. Next slide. Map number 5 is proximity to schools. And you'll see that both sites, site number 115 Easton Street and site number 2, 8 Oxford Street, are both located outside of the 200-meter buffer zones to the nearest schools. Next slide, please. And map number 6 is proximity to parks. And again, both sites are located outside of the 200-meter buffer zones to the nearest parks. And next slide, please. And finally, map number 7, which is proximity to residential areas. So here, colored in yellow would be residential areas. And you'll see that site number 115 Eastern Street is roughly 200 meters from residential areas, for the nearest residential areas, whereas site number 2, 8 Oxford Street, is located within a residential area. And thank you, and I'll pass it back to Danielle.
Thank you,
Just
Paul.
I was just going to jump in there, Paul, and just clarify, just at the very beginning of your presentation there, you were saying 11 Easton Street, but I do have confirmation it's 15 Easton Street they were saying?
Yes, it's 15. My apologies.
Okay, no problem. Madam Clerk?
Thank you. So to summarize the presentation this evening and the report before you this evening, Council staff requests that Council direct staff to move ahead with the community consultation framework and the candidate sites as identified in the report before you. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a reminder to members of council that we were going to move to our delegations next. And if there's questions for staff or for Stu, that we'll do this following our delegations this evening. And we're going through to Sue Cummings next, unless there's point of clarification. Councillor Adshade.
Thanks, Your Worship. Yeah, thanks, Daniel and Paul, for the presentation. The question I have and concern I have is a point of clarification I'd like to be made is I know it's a consumption and treatment. I think treatment is a very important aspect of this.
Councillor Adshade, I am going to interrupt you there. We weren't going to go into those kinds of questions, just for clarification like I just did. We were going to go to our presentation from Sue Cummings, then the delegations, and then questions of staff. Is that okay?
Oh, okay. I thought we'd be able to ask questions right now, but if we need to move on, I guess that's fine.
We've been doing that when we've got delegations waiting. We have the presentations from staff, then the delegations, and then we can ask questions of staff. Okay. Councillor Liggett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if it'll be I need a clarification of a residential term, and I'm not sure if it would be now or with Ms. Cummings, but before delegations it would be.
Why don't we hear from Ms. Cummings first, and then you can ask that question there if it's not clarified to you at that point.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll move forward now to our facilitator and invite Sue Cummings to present on the community consultation framework.
Thank you, Mayor McGarry, members of council, staff and residents. It's my pleasure to be here this evening and to highlight for you the community consultation process that's been developed in concert with the Community Wellbeing Advisory Committee. I'm going to talk very briefly to walk you through some of the key steps in that. They are outlined in the staff report that Danielle and Paul just referred to. So if I could go to the next slide. So I wanted to confirm that in June of 2019, in terms of retaining an external facilitator, my role was specific to look to develop a community consultation program that would look at candidate sites, but not by any means to actually provide any recommendation on such sites, or to look at whether there would be other options you might look to for harm reduction. We had 4 meetings with the Community Wellbeing Advisory Committee. October 24, November 7, February 6 of 2020, and then most recently, December 2020. These meetings were quite constructive and helpful, and were focused around a number of key things. One in October was what would make a good consultation process and who should be engaged. Who should the audiences be that would be engaged in any consideration of any sites? In November, we held a working session, which included looking at different methods that could be used, different types of consultation approaches, and to importantly identify the needs for the consultation, as in what information do these different audiences need to be able to provide input on alternate candidate sites. In February of 2020, I was able to present the draft framework to the committee for their input, and then went back in December 9 to look at virtual methods in light of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. So the committee in their role was not indicating whether they supported or didn't support a CTS site, nor whether there were other strategies at play, or whether they liked particular sites. It was really well constructed around what would be a good process to embark on for the community, recognizing the history, the sensitivities, and the concerns that would be out there with respect to this type of use. We go to the next slide. So it's really important from a key consideration perspective. These are outlined in the staff report. It's important to clarify that the consultation process is about getting input on specific alternative candidate sites. That's what it's about. It's about those specific sites. The consultation process will not be recommending a site. The input and feedback that would be collected and gathered would be input that would be provided specifically to council, senior staff, and council, and importantly council for their decision making. The process has been designed to enable all audiences are comfortable to provide their input and to reflect that input for council's consideration. Participating in the consultation process will be very clearly made that that does not mean that an individual agrees or disagrees with any proposal to consider a site within Cambridge. It's also important that it was recognizing that people participate in different ways and need to provide a variety of ways for that. Further consideration, and this came through some of the discussions we had with the Community Wellbeing Advisory Committee, is that the potential clients, people who might in fact use the services that could be provided at such a center or such a site, would be consulted with the assistance of service providers and outreach workers, recognizing that it's important to understand whether, in the end of the day, if there were to be a site selected, would this site in fact be a site they would go to? Would it be something that would be used? And so that perspective would be through working with outreach workers and service providers. We could keep going. Next, please. So the objectives for the consultation process are outlined here. I won't go through these in great detail, but the important thing in reference is the different audiences to provide purposeful information and to be really clear with the community about what the consultation is about. And I've outlined that in the key considerations. I could go next. So in the discussions with the Community Wellbeing Advisory Committee, there were 4 audiences identified, one being general public, which would include residents, neighborhood associations, businesses, anyone in the general public of the city of Cambridge. Near neighbors were identified as an important audience as well, and those would be individuals who would live nearby or abut, their properties would abut a potential site in terms of a business or location. So individuals who could be impacted by the nearby proximity of a site. Service providers was a third audience, and those would be individuals or organizations that could potentially provide services to the CTS site. That may include mental health, including drug harm reduction services, certainly social services, housing affordability, and a number of medical and other component service providers. Again, service providers are providing service generally within the city of Cambridge. Some are focused specifically on harm reduction and drug strategies. Others are looking more broadly at other components. So they had, in a sense, was an important view to provide perspective on the candidate sites. And then I did speak about the 4th audience, which would be potential clients or potential individuals who might in fact use such a center. We keep going. So we identified that the consultation would be done simultaneously over a period of weeks to several months. And as Daniel has outlined, this would occur if you direct this to occur between April and July. So in the 4 groupings here, we have the general public, near neighbors, service providers, and potential CTS clients. So in terms of the methods and how those would be integrated, for the general public, we're looking to do an online survey. and to have a kitchen table guide feedback form that would be easy to be downloaded off the City of Cambridge website and would be able to be filled out by neighborhood organizations and provided back. The online survey would be available to anyone in the City of Cambridge, will be promoted through a number of means to ensure there is good uptake on it. With respect to the near neighbors, we can't go door to door in terms of a canvas. The intent would be to do a direct mail to them, might be a postcard, to provide information that this is under consideration, and then to seek an opportunity for either telephone, email, or individual virtual meetings to share information and learn about any concerns, comments, and opinions that they may have. We also would make available the kitchen table guide feedback form for that audience, should that be something they wish to complete. With the service providers, it's really important, again, with COVID, to not have face-to-face meetings. We'd be looking at interviews that could be done by telephone or virtual meetings, either by individual service providers or potentially in small groups. And that, again, also would be an opportunity to use the kitchen table feedback guide. For the clients, it would be interviews and virtual meetings, potentially small group ones, with different outreach workers and service providers, if they were willing, to provide information and gain information for us with respect to some of the clients they may be serving in other locations, or certainly who they're aware of through other services they may be providing. And again, that kitchen table feedback form would be available for them as well. I could keep going next, please. So I won't go through this slide, but I think what's most important about this is that there's a fair bit of information that we would be required by different audiences. And some of the next step for the development of the consultation program would be to design the survey, to design the tools, the kitchen table guide, and to use the information here in terms of what would be necessary to go into that to ensure it's a meaningful consultation for the public and for the various other audiences. So in terms of specifically for the general public in the survey, would be to look at examples of types of services that could be provided, information about the 2 sites that you have here under consideration, should you choose these 2 sites to be part of the consultation, and details on what a CTS site is, how sites were identified, and then some examples of how the site might function. We go to the next slide. So in terms of communication tools, the city has had good success with its Engage Cambridge platform. So we would wish to use that platform for the hosting of the survey. Social media channels would be used to promote the survey. Newspaper notification was also requested as an important means to provide notification for the survey. Direct mail or postcard for the near neighbors, and email and telephone calls and interviews with the individuals related to service providers for potential CTS clients. We go to the next one. So this would be my final slide. And I think what's really critical in terms of the feedback is, so what council would get back is a transparent reporting on the verbatim input that we had received for these various means, and certainly a survey complete feedback report. So the online survey feedback report, feedback from virtual meetings, feedback from any small group meetings that we're able to have virtually with service providers and potential clients, input from the kitchen table guide, synthesis of any input we would be able to receive from interviews, telephone calls, or meetings from near neighbors as a key component to the input. I think it's really important that council, the staff and council, see the feedback, are able to understand the feedback, and be able to take that as part of your key decision making. So it's incumbent upon me to ensure that is a very transparent component to the report. As I noted in the beginning, I would not be taking, nor should the community as part of the consultation process, a recommendation. Would be able to provide for council information on the sites that are being under consideration. So I'm looking forward to any questions that you might have with respect to consultation program. And I would like to thank the Community Wellbeing Advisory Committee, who certainly provided very significant input. And I know that and worked very hard to ask questions and to be ensured that they could potentially frame a good consultation program should council determine that they would like to go forward with this. And there's a good understanding around that table that they're not taking an opinion on this, but they wanted to ensure there was a really well-designed and an open and transparent process. So I thank you for that opportunity and look forward to questions.
Thank you very much, Sue. And will you be able to stay until after the delegation so council can ask you questions then?
Yes, most definitely.
Thank you. And I think with that, we'll move forward into delegations. The first delegation that we have listed here is Dan Clements, who is appearing on behalf of Dr. Hank Niekamp. And I'll ask again that we are patient while we make arrangements to have our delegation join us by phone to delegate. And a reminder that they'll have 5 minutes to delegate, at which point then council may be able to ask questions of clarification.
Madam Chair, I was waiting to ask that question on the residential definition, please.
We're going to hold questions, Councillor Liggett, until after delegations.
You had said just before that I could ask my question before the delegation, so that's why I'm asking.
I am wanting to hold questions until the end unless it's a clarification of a term like I did with the address. Is that the nature of your question?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
When the term residential is used, I noted that there are residents on Easton Street, but they aren't included in the residential. So I want to know that how it is defined and whether it is a residential area or not.
I will have our Chief Planner, Elaine Brunshaw, answer that. Ms. Brunshaw?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the criteria that are used for assessment of sites is based on current zoning and current official plan designation. So in the case of the Easton Street site, that area is zoned industrial because of previous use on the property, notwithstanding that there are some homes in that particular area. Thank you.
So it has nothing to do with how many meters or feet the property is from all that housing then? It's
That's
just
correct.
Okay, thank
Based
you.
on zoning and official plan designation.
Okay, because I'd like it noted that there is a fair amount of residential in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, and we have our delegate on the line, so we'll bring Dan Clements in.
Oh, hello.
Hi, Dan, it's Mayor Catherine McGarry. Are you able to hear me?
I am, yes, thank you.
Good, thank you. Just give me a moment to provide a couple of remarks and then I'll allow you to begin. And a reminder, Mr. Clements, that you have 5 minutes to address council. Please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item you're speaking to. Otherwise, we might ask you to end your remarks. And as you know, we do have rules of engagement in council meetings and ask that you ensure that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. So once your 5 minutes is up, I'll let you know if there's any questions of clarification from members of council. And I understand at the moment you are here on behalf of Dr. Hank Niekamp. You may begin.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship and councillors. I am Dan Clements. I'm a friend and neighbor of Dr. Hank Niekamp. For personal reasons, Hank has asked me to share his thoughts with you this evening. Hank is now retired after a long career as a Cambridge coroner. Many of you may recall a newspaper article from 2017 about Hank's concerns at that time concerning the opioid crisis. Here's a few short excerpts from that article in 2017. Cambridge coroner Dr. Hank Niekamp is tired of political rhetoric and inaction as the local fentanyl crisis deepens. The longtime city doctor has been a Cambridge coroner since 1985. He's seen the best and worst of the city during his career. He loves the city, but believes more must be done to stem the growing number of opioid overdose cases crossing his examination table. During the past year, Dr. Niekamp said the number of drug overdose-related deaths in Cambridge has seen a marked increase. The worst thing is having a grieving parent ask you, "What are you going to do about this?" Dr. Niekamp said. And what we need is a grassroots organization to start dealing with this. He said, we can reverse this by working together. Those were his comments in 2017. Today, Hank's comments today for your consideration follow. Your worship and councillors, my apologies for not talking to you personally. I've asked Dan to read this letter to you. Almost 4 years after this article in 2017, and here we are, still arguing about the same things while more people are dying unnecessarily. Doing nothing should not be an option. Opioid issues continue to get worse in our community. We need to do something. Last week, I personally visited both the Kitchener CTS and the Guelph CTS. I'm extremely impressed by the facilities, personnel, and wraparound services in both locations. I was particularly interested in their neighborhood advisory group that meets monthly to deal with any potential issues. These advisory groups have become valued CTS supporters. Cambridge is not Vancouver or Lethbridge. We can see firsthand that Kitchener CTS and Guelph CTS are success stories, as evidenced by the $300,000 in new funding that Guelph is getting to expand on its successes. Let's follow the Kitchener and Guelph examples and learn from their experience. I sincerely wish that Cambridge had been more progressive years ago so we could be where Kitchener and Guelph are today. A CTS saves lives, but it's much more than that. I've seen firsthand that Kitchener and Guelph are helping those addicted to get help on many fronts, including both physical and mental health. Finally, I wonder how many lives could have been saved and how many individuals we could have helped in recent times if we had acted when Kitchener and Guelph did. If we continue to find excuses for doing nothing, we should quite frankly be ashamed of ourselves. Now is our opportunity to move our community ahead. Please try to find a location and move ahead with the CTS as soon as possible. Respectfully, Dr. Hank Niekamp.
Thank you, Dan. And as Hank has not been able to join us this evening, I won't be looking for questions of clarification from members of council, unless there's something burning that Dan can take back to Hank at some point. Councillor Armetta, your hand is up. Did you want to ask anything, or could you lower it if it isn't pertinent to this delegation?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I had put it up before, and so I didn't have a question for this delegation, although I do appreciate them coming in. It was just a point of clarification on the zoning, if there's an apartment unit still on the site.
Okay, Councillor Armetta, we'll ask those questions after the delegations. This is just now to ask questions of clarity from the delegation. And we'll get to your question of clarification after the delegations. All right, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Thank you, Mr. Clements, for presenting on behalf of Dr. Niekamp. My question is just one of clarification regarding, was Dr. Niekamp a medical doctor, or what was his field of expertise, or what did he practice?
Yes, he's a well-known local medical doctor, and the majority of his career finished up as a key coroner in the city. He's retired now. He's been retired for about 3 years, and I know him because we're friends and neighbors in the same building.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now, conveniently, Dan, you're next on the list, and I understand now you would like to turn to the presentation that you wanted to provide to council. So please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship and councillors. A few personal comments. We all know the expression live and learn. I'd like to share 4 things that summarize what I've learned the last few years on the CTS topic. Number 1, I felt that helping people using illegal substances was wrong. I've learned, however, over the last few years, that we must help keep people alive while at the same time doing our best to help them engage in wraparound services for addiction treatment, rehab, and mental health. Number 2, I was concerned about our adult core, and I supported the original CTS city bylaw. I've learned that a CTS can actually help our adult core by reducing drug usage in our downtown shop alcoves, stairwells, and back alleys. Statistical results regarding the positive downtown impact of the Kitchener CTS and Guelph CTS support this conclusion. Number 3, I was concerned about stories from Vancouver. I have learned that we should not compare Cambridge to Vancouver, Toronto, or Lethbridge. We have local CTS role models in Kitchener and Guelph that are ideal as a reference point for us. Number 4, I felt concerned for the neighbors of a CTS. I've learned that a CTS can blend into the community with no significant impact. Witness the many comments from Kitchener and Guelph that the presence of their CTS is innocuous. I also appreciate the value of neighbors' participation in a CTS advisory committee right from the start to deal with any issues or concerns that might come up at our location. I'd like to ask that the neighbors in the area of a potential CTS location be offered this kind of involvement. we can learn from Kitchener and Guelph's successful deployments of this important neighborhood engagement model. To summarize, I believe that a CTS performs a critical role as a gateway to treatment, a tool to help find the pathway to a better life. I also believe that we can't force people into treatment. We know that doesn't work. But I do believe that at our own CTS, we can help guide them to treatment using the power of personal relationships with specialized CTS support staff who themselves have lived experience. I encourage council to find a location and take a progressive step ahead for our community with CTS as soon as we can. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan. I'm just going to look to members of council to see if there's any questions of clarity for your presentation. And seeing none, thanks for doing double duty this evening. You can continue. You can continue, as everybody can, to follow along with this issue on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel. Thank you. Our next delegation is Bob Howison. So please, I ask for some patience while staff brings them in to our meeting. Bob, it's Mayor Catherine McGarry. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep, great. And I'm not going to keep repeating what I usually do to all of delegations unless needed. Later, I did outline that you will have 5 minutes. So
Great.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Bob Howison, and I came to Cambridge over 42 years ago to start a dental practice. I'll start by admitting that when I first heard about the concept, which at the time was referred to as a safe consumption site, I was, let's say, skeptical. However, I soon realized that my opinion was just that, an opinion not based on any research or examples. In the spring of 2019, my nephew offered to set up a tour of the consumption and treatment site in Guelph. He's a retired police officer who, during his career, had spent years infiltrating gangs and their drug involvement. He had come to the conclusion that there had to be a better way to tackle the drug problem, and he joined the board at the Guelph Community Health Center, from which the Guelph CTS operates out of. 2 of us from Cambridge met up with my nephew and were joined by the ED, Rochelle, and another gentleman, Steve. We started the tour in the actual CTS space as it was before the opening hours of the clinic. Rochelle gave us an overview of the steps the health center had gone through to engage public feedback and mitigation strategies for concerns. She also reviewed strategies the staff used to help prevent overdoses, as well as to develop bonds and trust with the clients using the facilities. We all asked questions and had some dialogue. By now, it was time for the site to open, so we agreed to convene out in the hallway and tour the other services in the center. I noticed that Steve was no longer with our group when we started the tour. We were starting the tour. When I mentioned to Rochelle that perhaps we should wait for him, she diplomatically explained that Steve was actually one of their clients and that he'd only been killing time until the site opened. I thought about Steve later that day. First, I would doubt that many of you would be able to identify Steve as a drug user. Also, as I thought more, I concluded what a terrible shame it would be if any of the Steves wound up dead because of a bad experience with drugs. Certainly, we've learned a lot over the past year that in order for humans to mistreat other humans, we have to dehumanize them first. And after meeting and interacting with Steve, that would not be possible. As we toured the rest of the building, we saw areas where primary care is delivered. Some of the other services, including breastfeeding consultation, legal aid, midwifery, as well as addiction and mental health supports and services. There is a market with prices set on a sliding scale to help with food insecurity. In other words, a wide variety of people make use of the space. When the tour ended, it was shortly before noon. We exited the building on a beautiful sunny spring day. We looked left and not a soul to be seen. When we looked right up the street, one staff person from a store was outside having a cigarette. In other words, it wasn't serving as some sort of hangout or gathering place. I'm sure all of you on council are aware that the mayor of Guelph has also changed his thinking on the CTS. My visit was 2 years ago, and surely lessons have been learned both in Guelph and Kitchener. These sites are happy to share their knowledge to make the Cambridge site a successful endeavor. After all, we're not exactly blazing a new trail here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Bob. And I'm going to just turn to members of council to see if there's any questions of clarification for you. And I see none. Thank you very much for joining us this evening with your presentation.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Our next delegation is Sandra Sutherland. So we'll have staff bring Sandra Sutherland into our meeting. We're having a bit of trouble reaching Sandra Sutherland, so we're going to move next to Kayla Andrade. So we'll try and get Kayla Andrade on the line. Actually, I see your name there. Kayla, can you hear me? It's Mayor McGarry.
Hello, I can hear you.
All right, you have your 5 minutes. Please begin.
Okay. Hello and good evening to Mayor, Council, staff, and listeners. My name is Kayla Andrade. I'm a mother of 4, and I have friends and I have family that was addicted and still addicted to drugs. I'm very active in the community regarding housing for the last 10 years. I'm here tonight to talk to you about how I oppose a consumption and treatment site anywhere in Cambridge, not just the sites that have been listed today. And the reason why is for many, many reasons why. First, I would like to point out that we talk of, when we had a lot of people present prior to me, they talk about treatment. And I really find it hard that we're going to see a lot of treatment given to people when they have other people there using the site as consumption site versus treatment. I look at hospitals, urgent care, family doctors, connecting people to treatments. But when we see that we have a 9-month waiting list for rehab and detox centers of 9 months, and I can tell you that there is someone on one of the locations of Easton Street that has waited 9 months to get access to rehab. And he is now about to enter rehab in the next 2 weeks. And knowing that a consumption site will be placed in that area terrifies me. Each hit that you take of a drug, it causes so much toxic injuries to the brain and to the organs. You talk about saving people by introducing these type of sites, but in reality, you're just prolonging their life, and what kind of life are they going to be living with this type of damage to their brain as well as to their organs? And what is that going to do to the people who are using when it comes down to our healthcare system when you have to take care of these people? Now, when it comes down to this site on Eastern Street, I like to point out that you're also evicting a family out of this building at 15 Eastern Street. And this is also going to be causing a red zone that you're probably seeing in Vancouver, where there is a lot of people who are congregating together. It's not good to congregate together. You will have people speaking to you today from a doctor, a dentist, a coroner, but when I talk to any family doctor, they would say, what does a person on drugs actually say to you when they want to get off? And they say, I got to stop hanging out with my friends. I need to leave the city. What you're doing, you're creating a storefront for people who are struggling addicts who try to leave certain cities or get away from certain friends. You're connecting them to a facility in where that they're going to be able to recoup and create more friends in that matter, or to connect them to other type of drugs. The concept of a buffer zone that you talk about regarding schools and how it's inside of that, it's away from the school. You understand that children walk to that school. So it may be in a part where many children are walking very far to that in particular school. So I'd like to put into perspective that if you as a council create a committee and you have a secondary suite, you're providing housing. That's what this in particular homeowner would like to do. The neighbors could come and speak to council and tell you many reasons why they don't want a secondary suite within their facility. If it could be parking, it could be because of traffic, it could be multiple things. The community has been very, very loud in Cambridge, telling you they do not want a consumption site anywhere in Cambridge. Not for the sake that it's in their backyard, but they know what it's going to do to people who are addicted. I would love to see council be able to stop the consultation. Don't waste the money on this, and let's get ourselves thinking long-term in-house demand treatment centers with full support of the mental health programs, but understanding that we are doing it for the protection of getting people off of drugs and not enabling them. So today, I'm asking you to look at putting more money into more rehab and detox centers than enabling people and making everyone feel that doing illegal drugs in this city or any part of the city is not acceptable. Thank you for
Kayla.
your time.
Yeah, you're just over time, so I was just about to interrupt. So thanks for wrapping up right
I
at
was
that
good.
moment.
I was good.
Yeah, well, you were over, but anyway, there you go. I will just look to members of council to see if there's any questions of clarification of our delegation. And seeing none, thank you, Kayla, for joining our presentation this evening. And again, you can follow along this evening on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel. Thank you.
Thank you.
We've gone back to Sandra Sutherland, and apparently she's on the line. We'll just bring her into the meeting. Sandra, it's Mayor McGarry. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So welcome, and please begin. You've got your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Your worship and members of council, thanks for this opportunity. And my name is Sandra, as you know already. And having worked as a social worker in mental health prior to my retirement, I have sought to understand how addiction affects my community and how my community has affected people who use drugs. A few years ago, I picked up a naloxone kit at the Overdose Awareness Day at Dixon Park. I thought it unlikely that I would ever have need of it, since I live a very privileged and comfortable life behind the closed doors of my house on the Grand River in the core of Galt. But one summer day, as my husband and I relaxed on our front porch, we heard urgent shouts from a man on a bicycle asking us to call 911. He had come across an unresponsive person near the memorial for drowning victims Dave Nicholson and Mark Gage, just a stone's throw from our house. My husband called 911, and I took the naloxone kit to this stranger so he could attend to the unidentified individual. Paramedics arrived shortly after. I don't know the fate of the rescued person or the rescuer, or if the paramedics transported him to the hospital, but I remember thinking that all parties would have been better off had there been a safe place for people to consume the drugs upon which they are dependent, and our street would have been a sensible location for one. In his book entitled Overdose, Heartbreak and Hope in Canada's Opioid Crisis, Benjamin Perrin examines the history of the drug trade, addiction treatment, and the evolution of the opioid crisis in which we find ourselves. Perrin was at one time legal advisor to Prime Minister Stephen Harper, and had at that time believed that stamping out illegal drugs was the only way to deal with addiction. Obviously, opinions can change, as we have already noted tonight. When he returned to his teaching role at UBC, Perrin decided to study the matter more closely. He summarizes his conclusions in the following words. What should our primary goal be in responding to the opioid crisis? To me, it's crystal clear. We have to save lives. That means dumping a century of discredited myths and stereotypes about substance use and being willing to consider all options. We need to use the best available evidence about the most effective medical treatments, public health interventions, and laws and policies to achieve that objective, unquote. Madam Mayor and members of council, people in our region are dying of drug overdoses at an alarming rate. I believe it is the role of public officials to guide the public and to make decisions based on the best health practices as we face this crisis, much in the same way they are guiding us through COVID-19. The long delay in taking action has resulted in unnecessary loss of life. The relatively rapid mobilization with which all levels of government have responded to COVID-19 proves that change can and does happen speedily when we feel the threat affects us all. I urge Council to act as quickly as possible to ensure that the vital services of a CTS become a reality in our community soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra, for your delegation. I'm just going to turn to members of council to see if there's any questions of clarity or clarification on your presentation. And I see none. Thank you so much for joining us this evening, and you may still follow along at the City of Cambridge YouTube channel to see the rest of this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now go to the next delegation, who is Cindy Watson, and I'll just see if we can take a moment to get Cindy on the line with us. And there she is. Cindy, it's Mayor McGarry. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Great. And have you turned down the computer behind you?
Yes.
Thank you. I do like to just take this moment just to inform people that there's about a 20 to 30 second delay from what's actually going on in council and when it appears on the City of YouTube channel. So go ahead, Cindy, you may begin. You have your 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Cindy Watson, and I'm not speaking on behalf of the board. And until a few days ago, no one knew about the CTS site. These two sites were even identified until I shared it with them. But I am speaking as a concerned Cambridge trustee, and I'm here to speak up for student safety. And I am opposed to any site close to schools, parks, and daycares. I'd like to start by reading the city's vision for Cambridge. And it says, a place for people to prosper along with opportunity. And my concern is that, will this vision still apply to schools and communities that are close to a CTS site? Your vision goes on to say that Cambridge residents and visitors enjoy the national environment, safe, clean, caring, and sustainable neighborhoods. So 200 meters is not enough protection for schools. 200 meters is not enough protection for daycares, for children, and 200 meters is it's a minimum, not a maximum. You can extend that. This vision still applies to schools and communities in close proximity to CTS sites. These promises are your promises of prosperity to all people and to all communities. And yes, we need to help people struggling with addictions, but you also need to ensure that children are safe, communities are clean and sustainable, and that all prosper. According to the CTS application process, which is a provincial document, CTS owners are required to address community concerns, ensuring ongoing community engagement where CTS are established, according to their document. Community concerns are mentioned 9 times in this 22-page document, which is pretty significant. This community concerns it's a thread through this whole application process. It's a realistic document that really talks about what a CTS can bring to Cambridge. And although we all want to help people, we have to ensure that there's a balance. So what would some of those concerns be? Well, the document does clarify some of the concerns through their processes and requirements. Needle pickup was mentioned 5 times. We've been told that CTSs will eliminate needle trash, and yet under page 4, under mandatory services, they must provide removal of inappropriate, discarded, harm reduction supplies, potentially contaminated needles. Needles will find their way on school grounds, at GCI, at Manchester. And under safety and security in the same document, operators are asked to discourage loitering, to ensure staff and are trained in instances in which law enforcement should be contacted. They have to comply with Health Canada rules related to possession, production, trafficking, sharing, and administering substances within the CTS. And under reporting and evaluation, the operators are asked to keep a record of number of times security staff assist with incidences in the CTS, number of times security staff address a security event in the immediate perimeter of the CTS, number of times the police are called to the CTS, number of times 911 is called. CTS, the site will be busy, it will be active, there will be issues there. And so I would love for the site to cure everything, but we just know that this isn't true. Even when you visit a CTS site, you're seeing a snapshot. You're not seeing a 24-hour cycle, 7 days a week of what is happening there. They talk about mitigation strategies in this document, and the definition of mitigation is the action of reducing the severity, seriousness, or painfulness of something. There will be challenges with a CTS site, and especially at the Delta, especially Oxford Street. Prosperity and flourishing should be for all people who are born in Cambridge or live in Cambridge, and that would be our children. And somebody needs to stand up and make sure that our children are protected. I firmly believe the CTS site should be located at the hospital, and people who are experiencing drug addiction should be given bus passes if they don't have vehicles. And I think there still needs to be more discussion on what we're doing and how we'll extend that 200 meter to ensure that all of our children are safe and
Thank
that
you,
they
Cindy.
have a voice.
Are you wrapping up? You're just at time here.
Yes, that's it.
Okay, perfect timing then. Thank you.
You're
I'll just
welcome.
look to members of council now to see if there's any questions of clarification for our delegation. And seeing none, thank you, Cindy, for coming to delegate this evening. And you can continue to follow along on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now move to our next delegation, Amy Danino. Amy, it's Mayor McGarry. Are you able to hear me?
I am, yes.
Good. Can you turn down the machine behind you?
Yes,
Great.
it's down. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you for joining us this evening. You now have your 5 minutes. Please begin.
Thank you so much, Mayor and Council, for having me here this evening. My name is Amy Danino. I am a registered psychotherapist here in Cambridge. I have lived here for over 15 years. I work, my office is in Ward 4, and I live in Ward 6. I do deal a lot in addictions and recovery, and I have done quite a bit of work at the Bridges, including involving Laurier Masters music therapy students to provide programming there. I am here tonight to share that I oppose the safe consumption sites anywhere in Cambridge for the following 6 reasons. Number 1, safe injection sites have been proven unsuccessful. I have listened to the delegates before me who have shared that they believe that there has been some success in some areas, but I do highlight that there has been areas where this has not been successful. Therefore, that immediately draws attention to the fact that how would we know whether we would be entering into something that would be successful or not? It seems more like a gamble than a safe bet. Addiction. Number 2, addiction is not about the substance. It's actually about something deeper and involves the human behavior. So I ask you, councillors and mayor, to consider one thing that right now you are trying to use or consume less of, or perhaps completely remove from your life. And now imagine that the only support you have in trying to remove that are people giving you that very thing. I know personally I wouldn't always be resilient in saying no and sticking to what I want. And with the substances that we are looking at that are being used are some of the most highly addictive substances on earth. That highlights a lack of understanding of addiction without anyone advocating for these sites. Anyone advocating for these sites. Number 3, simple supply and demand. Drug dealers are like small businesses. Similar to, we see some legal pot stores opening up in downtown Galt. Are they popping up because of demand? I would say a safe injection site are similar to like a new neighborhood popping up. A drug dealer sees this as an opportunity for consistent clientele. Number 4, the development of safe injection sites would make everyone who considers this decision and approves this decision, should it move forward, is an accessory to someone's addiction. Number 5, no one is born wanting to grow up and become an addict. One sort of piece of advice or a way that I offer grounding to a client would be to check in on your behavior to see if it is something that would both make your 8-year-old self and 80-year-old self proud. These individuals need help to remove themselves from their addiction, not a community that enables and creates codependency. And number 6, as previously mentioned by myself and others, evidence has proved that safe injection sites in some cases do not work. Why are we not a community that is looking for innovative ways to help our substance problem in our community? Why are we wasting our time and energy reviewing an approach that has proven to fail? Let's normalize an innovative way to deal with our severe and immediate addiction crisis here in Cambridge and grow our community into something we are all proud of, instead of normalizing and accepting addiction through the development of safe injection sites. Thank you so much for having me this evening.
Thank you, Amy. I will now turn to members of council to see if there's any questions of clarification for our delegation. Seeing none, thank you for joining us this evening. And again, you can continue to follow along if you so wish on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel. Thanks, Amy.
Thank you. Good night.
Our next delegation is Samuel Pukala, and he will have to let me know if I've said his name correctly. So we'll see if we can bring it. Oh, there's Samuel there. Samuel,
Yes,
are
hello.
you able to hear me? It's Mayor McGarry.
I am. Let me just turn down the YouTube channel here.
And please let me know if I said your name correctly.
Samuel, yes.
Yeah, the last name.
Oh, sorry. I was still listening to YouTube, so I didn't hear. Samuel Puchala.
Puchala. Okay. Please begin. You've got your 5 minutes. Thanks for joining us.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And thank you for the opportunity to address the council. I reside at 92 Cambridge Street with my wife and 3 daughters. And I would like to speak against the placement of the consumption and treatment services site contemplated for 8 Oxford Street. We, of course, do need to help people who suffer from addiction. There's no doubt about that. We're in a terrible crisis. But we can't do it at the expense of other innocent citizens. I fail to understand how the Oxford Street location is even in consideration. It is not 300 meters away from a residential neighborhood, or 200 meters, or 100 meters, or even 20 meters. It's right in the middle of a residential neighborhood, as per the report presented to council. It is in a tiny plaza surrounded by homes on all sides. And it is 150 meters from the back of the property on which my children play. It is also right between the Montessori School, about 300 meters, and the Galt Collegiate, 500 meters. In my view, the council should also consider the route from the chief area of need, which is primarily Bridges, and 8 Oxford Street. As per the map in the report presented to council earlier, that route is even more important than these various distances which tick or don't tick some box in a set of rather arbitrary rules. The route people would take from Bridges to this proposed CTS runs right up Cambridge Street to the corner of Roseview Avenue, which is less than 100 meters from the Montessori School and right by our property. And that's assuming people don't come straight up the hill through our neighbor's property as they sometimes do from Bridges. Our property has already seen garbage, aggressive language used against people on the property, collapsed individuals in our front gate. We're fortunate to have a gated property. Screaming in the middle of the night, threats shouted at people on the property, quite frequently over the years since we've been here. The police failed to respond to most complaints as is. And anyone who believes that this is just an old myth about drug addiction should hang around Cambridge Street for a couple of days. This site would further increase traffic from Bridges up Cambridge Street immeasurably and by design. I do not believe that a CTS is not damaging to a neighborhood. That defies logic. And it defies the lived experience of everyone in proximity of Bridges. If the CTS increases traffic from clients of Bridges, it leads to increased very serious problems that we've already been experiencing. The quality of the site is actually kind of irrelevant. It's the movement of people to and from the site that does all the damage. We have a beautiful home. It was built by the second mayor of Galt in 1882. We moved here from Toronto knowing nothing about Cambridge, just specifically for this house about 11 years ago. And we put our heart and soul, not to mention a lot of money, into this property. If you make the decision to put the CTS at 8 Oxford Street, you will destroy all of that, have no doubt. It would be unconscionable in my mind to do this to families living in this neighborhood when other sites are available. I should note that several families from this neighborhood have already moved out, even before the CTS was contemplated, given what is happening at Bridges and the failure on the part of the police to even bother responding to most calls for trespassing, loitering, defacing property, threats, etc. But we refuse to be driven out of our home. The 15 Easton Street site, while also, in my mind, a very poor choice, is at least better. And if that's the only place available between the two sites, I would at least consider that over 8 Oxford Street. The disadvantage of that site was listed as 14 minutes versus a targeted 10-minute walk from Bridges. That walk, however, is at least not through a residential route, through a residential neighborhood. The shortest route takes people up Ainsley and not through a side street where people have their homes and where they expect their children to play in safety. Would you let your children play outside on a street, which is a thoroughfare from Bridges to a CTS, where you're encouraging people to actually take that route, where you put that location there by design so that people walk that route? That is a rhetorical question. No parents, no matter how charitable or open-minded, would be that foolish. Or if they were, they would change their mind within about a day. Which means putting that center there at 8 Oxford Street, you would essentially be locking my children into their house.
Samuel, I just wanted to let you know that you just have about 10 seconds left. Are you able to wrap shortly? Thank you.
Yeah, if you so kind of to give me 30, I'll for sure wrap it up. The council has, for a variety of reasons, previously rejected Ainsley and Main Street locations as potential sites for a CTS. If you rejected those sites, how could you possibly be considering this site?
And thank you, Samuel. I'm going to have to end your delegation there.
That is fine. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
If you could just hang on, I just wanted to turn to members of council to see if there's any clarification questions for you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And seeing none, I wanted to thank you again for delegating this evening, and you can continue to follow along with this item if you so wish on the YouTube channel. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too. Members of council, I thought we'd go through the next few delegations, and we'll break at 8:30 or thereabouts for a bio break. Our next delegation is Laura Lagalis. So we'll bring her in. Laura, it's Mayor McGarry. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I am.
Great. Thank you for joining us, and you may begin. You have your 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Mayor and members of council, thank you for the opportunity to speak and voice my concerns about the CTS site and what is proving to be a very long night. I have been a lifelong resident and have lived all of my life in the 3 major areas of Cambridge. Today, there will have been many experts and groups presenting here before you. I'm not an expert, however. I'm an expert in what the day-to-day life is like here in Cambridge and for what the CTS site could mean and its far-reaching impacts for its citizens. To illustrate this point, I would like to say that I'm a walker and have enjoyed the many hiking trails and green spaces that this city has to offer. About 6 or 7 years ago, when I lived in the Preston area, I was going through a very stressful time in my life. Being able to find solace in the river trails in my own backyard and collect my thoughts was literally a lifesaver and recommended by my doctor. Study after study shows how being outside and in nature has such positive physical and mental health benefits. At that time, I felt safe in doing so on my own in the daytime hours, and noticed many others doing the same in small groups or families or women on their own. As I speak to you today, it saddens me immensely to say that I no longer feel safe walking these once beautiful trails on my own. There are camps, more evidence of parties and fires at nights with garbage and drug paraphernalia. 2 summers ago, my husband and I decided to cross the new pedestrian bridge in Galt. This was in the daytime, I will add. There was evidence of people camping out in the covered area of the bridge. As I tried to look and enjoy the view, I had to be concerned as to where I stepped and asked myself, could needles be on the ground? Minutes later, we continued on towards the downtown. There was a group of individuals clearly high on something. One of them was yelling. It looked like a fight was about to erupt. This was a stressful situation instead of a peaceful outing. I could only conclude that even if these situations are rare, which I'm told they are not, that the pedestrian bridge is not something I can enjoy without having to be on guard, even with my husband and even with other individuals in the area. Upon learning that the Cambridge would potentially be getting its own CTS site, I decided to educate myself as to how things were proceeding in the new site in Kitchener on Duke Street. Hearing that the staff does a perimeter sweep for needles, according to a Global News report, which was dated August 12, 2020, that I recently read, is to me an acknowledgement that needles do get out into the community and unaccounted for. This concerns me greatly, as this is already becoming an issue of great concern for members of the community who find them all too commonly in green spaces, downtowns, and public areas, even before the clinic is set to be possibly set up in our town. It's not an exaggeration to say that these public spaces are quickly becoming a no man's land of rot and decay. We also know that we cannot put on blinders and that the problem will not go away. I understand that homelessness, drug addiction, and mental health can be intertwined. As I stated before, I'm not an expert, but I have many questions as to which direction things are headed and why. Why are we only giving out needles and ignoring the increasing dangers of drug addiction? Why is so much of the budget seemingly going to a CTS site and not into rehabilitation? Why are we downloading the suffering to the larger community? I believe $1 spent on CTS sites and city cleanup of used needles is $1 that isn't spent on rehabilitation and education of our youth. I'm scared to go alone out in public parks and trails and frustrated that the situation is rapidly deteriorating. I please ask you to think about this in your decision-making process. Responsible government has to consider the impact of its decisions for all of the people in the community, especially when those impacts are most likely to be negative and possibly not reversible once they're implemented. I implore you to seek alternatives to the CTS in Cambridge. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura, for your delegation. I'm just going to turn to members of council to see if there's any questions for you.
Okay.
And seeing none, thank you very much for joining us this evening, and you can continue to follow this item along on the YouTube channel. Thank you very much for your delegation.
Thank you.
Thanks. Our next delegation is Adam Cooper. We'll just see if he's ready to come in. And there he is. Adam, it's Mayor McGarry. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, Mayor McGarry, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. So you've got your 5 minutes. Please begin.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. I believe that neither of these suggested locations are good for the community or those suffering with addiction. I do not believe that any location in Cambridge is appropriate. CTS is just one facet of so-called harm reduction. By definition, it makes no attempt to remove addiction and minimizes the lives of addiction sufferers to lost causes whose pain and daily poisoning is something that should just be managed and maintained in a sad cycle that often leads to an inevitable end. It touts the occasional reversal and yells, CTS saves lives, while accepting no responsibility for its enabling of the skyrocketing overdose deaths in the surrounding community. And it then uses those same deaths to justify its existence. But no, Kitchener is not a success story. For most of 2019, they didn't even have a site. In 2020, their overdose deaths increased by 56% over the previous year. Province-wide, it's 59% increase. Guelph's had a site. Their death rates increased by 242% in the same period. Truly sad stories of overdose deaths that we will hear today are regularly used as justification for injection sites, when in fact they are a clear example of why we need to change course with a plan that actually works. It is absurd to expect us to see constant death as a sign of success and a reason for more of the same. These sites sound nice in theory, but are ineffective and deadly in practice when the overall results are considered. If injection sites worked to reduce the overall death rate, we would have seen a massive reduction in OD deaths in Vancouver over the past 19 years. We haven't. We would have seen a dramatic reduction in deaths in every city it's been used. We haven't. We would have seen a reduction in the victimization of residents and drug-related crime. We haven't. Harm reduction has only served to monopolize funding that could go to truly effective solutions, such as detox and treatment, solutions that do save lives. It's undeniable that hard drug ingestion is deadly to the human body, and to think otherwise is to accept the drug user's self-destructive coping strategy as legitimate. So I say to our leaders and anyone that still seeks to dismiss the voices of anybody that speaks out against this exacerbation of an already horrible situation, that no, the concerns of the residents of Cambridge are not unfounded or based on a legitimate fear. They are based on logical empirical evidence from 19 years of harm reduction, and the overall failures of its policies are seen wherever it has been implemented. It's also based on what the residents and businesses of Cambridge can relate to most: our own daily experience with the terrible human and social cost of concentrating untreated, unrestrained addiction into one small area and ignoring the true enemy in this matter, addiction itself. We know, because we've seen it for the last 4 years. I receive reports from victims of drug-related crime every single day, and the extent of it is shocking to say the least. We don't need anybody telling us what to expect from this initiative. We live it every day. A few years back, former Mayor Doug Craig sent a couple of councillors to existing sites in other cities, such as London, Hamilton, and Toronto, to report on their effect on the local community. They reported back to Mr. Craig that they did not support these in our community because of the negative effects they witnessed. The police officers they talked to, that while there, mirrored the same disturbing concerns. Council needs to understand the community is not opposed to helping those who are suffering with addiction. We all want that. It helps everybody. We are, however, opposed to ineffective initiatives that endanger our families and have proven to have no chance whatsoever of reducing the overall death rate. Policies that only serve to provide a mental prison of perpetual government-sponsored drug use. A prison that is even more deceptive because it keeps its customers trapped in their addiction, while it purports to offer treatment that we all know doesn't exist in any way. The treatment part of CTS is a lie. Those who struggle with addiction must be treated with compassion, dignity, and respect, while also considering the rights and safety of the local community. Above all, the treatment we provide must offer hope for the future. Harm reduction policies and injection sites offer nothing but complete lack of hope and more of the same poisoning that are killing people all over Canada every day. Harm reduction is harm promotion, and I believe it kills. This is why I believe Cambridge will never be accepting of this, and nor should any councillor be accepting of this if they are truly acting in the best interest of this community, as supporting this is complicity in addiction and the suffering that will follow. There are better, more compassionate ways to do this, ways that will not involve the poisoning of our residents and our complete surrender to addiction. Thank you.
Thank you. Just on time there, Adam. Thank you for your delegation. I'm just going to turn to members of council to see if there's any questions of clarification for you. And I don't see any. Thank you very much for joining us, and you can continue to follow along if you so wish on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel.
Thank you very much. Have a good night, everybody.
And now, as promised, we will now break for 5 minutes for our bio break. I'll see you back here in 5 minutes. Please don't forget to mute. I have to do a shout out to our youngest viewer, probably. Hi, Hodgson.
Hi.
Hello.
All right, we'll continue. Thank you very much for your patience. We'll move next to our next delegation, who is, well, I guess two of them, Ted and Cheryl Cooley. And I think I've got them on line. Ted and Cheryl, are you there? It's Mayor McGarry.
Oh, hello. Sorry. I almost fell asleep on hold here.
Well, welcome. It's Mayor McGarry, and you've now got your 5 minutes. Please begin.
Okay, Ted Cooley here. I've been a city resident for 38 years. Appreciate the opportunity to address council. My wife and I have been here and seen a great change in our neighborhood since Bridges opened. Adding a CTS site where we are dead center between Bridges and the site just would not be a good fit for us. We've had issues with trespassing, littering, tens of $1,000s worth of theft, verbal abuse, vandalism, and actually feeling unsafe in our own backyard. The fact that the one of the proposed sites at 8 Oxford is close to Pluto Daycare, Montessori, as has been said ad nauseum tonight, GCI in Manchester, the Muslim school down the street, several bus stops for school buses are along here. The Montessori school and the daycare have walks with their kids going along. I'm just totally opposed to it in that particular spot, or in fact anywhere in a residential area in Cambridge. I'm still open to the idea of a CTS site in town because obviously homelessness and the opioid crisis is huge, but it can't be at the expense of a neighborhood. Hope you take that into consideration. And that's about it. Everything else has been said tonight. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ted. And if you wouldn't mind just waiting, I'm just going to turn to members of council to see if they have questions of clarification for you at this time. And seeing none, thank you very much for joining us. And you can follow along if you'd really like to with the City of Cambridge YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thanks very much.
Our next delegation is Carol Thorman. I'll just wait till she's brought into our meeting. Carol, it's Mayor McGarry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great, we can hear you. And I understand, Carol, that you're speaking on behalf of the Community Wellbeing Advisory Committee with your first delegation here. So please begin.
Good evening, Mayor McGarry and Council. This evening I speak on behalf of the Community Wellbeing Advisory Committee. Over the last year, this committee has put much thought and effort into the community consultation framework to better reflect the audience classification, and the proposed methods and tools were confirmed. The Community Wellbeing Advisory Committee's mandate is to advise and assist the city in promoting and facilitating the safety, inclusion, belonging, and well-being of the Cambridge residents through the guiding principles of engage, empower, and educate. The Community Wellbeing Advisory Committee's role is to provide advice to council and city staff on complex social issues impacting city policies, programs, services, and strategies, providing actionable advice on the development of integrated community programs and strategies to address those issues. Therefore, the committee requests that council direct staff to make CWAC a formal participant in the public consultation process going forward. And to ensure full opportunity to provide comment and input, the committee requests as much advance notice as possible on the consultation framework as it unfolds. Through the work of our subcommittees, we expect to be able to provide significant information in future on this matter. That's the end of my delegation on behalf of UAC.
All right, thank you. I wasn't sure if you were turning a page there, Carol.
No.
Okay, well, now I'll introduce you again. And I understand that this is your personal delegation.
It is.
All right, please begin.
I'm speaking as a private citizen now and not on behalf of any advisory committee. Proponents of consumption and treatment sites would have you believe that we must do something to stop the ever-growing numbers of opioid deaths, with the implication that otherwise we are doing nothing. That couldn't be further from reality. A significantly small percentage of people will make use of a CTS, while we continue to fail to make an impact on the much larger percentage of people overdosing fatally in the privacy of their own homes or shelters. Most of the touted services of a CTS are already available in our community. Tens of thousands of packages of harm reduction supplies plus naloxone kits are distributed from multiple locations, all of which provide frequent opportunity to develop relationships that could lead to better outcomes. Our ambassador team and by law are tasked with a cleanup of needle debris throughout the city. First aid is readily available from local doctors, clinics, public health at 150 Main, RAC, and the mobile Sanguine Health Van. But what is not easily available are on-demand detox beds, rehabilitation facilities, adequate mental health supports, or enough supportive and affordable housing. As part of the conditions of granting exemptions for a CTS to allow use of illegal substances of unknown origin, they must either provide these services on site or have defined pathways to them. The public expects that to be much more than a phone number to an ever-growing wait list. When people are ready to seek treatment, immediate access is essential and is currently unavailable to most, except those with the means to fund private care. Many times we hear that we must meet those suffering where they are in their addiction. Too few ask where the help is available for those who don't want to continue using. As a result, many can't or won't even access our local shelter system in an attempt to stay or get clean. Nor is a CTS likely to help the majority who overdose in their own homes. We are not trying to deny help for some, but rather seeking it for all. While millions of dollars have been poured into CTS centers that service a fraction of those suffering from addiction, a recognized mental health disorder, very little has been spent to expand our mental health supports. Prior to the pandemic, our mental health support system was already woefully inadequate. As the pandemic drags on, we've all read reports of a tidal wave of issues coming our way. At the same time, every level of government and private citizens are facing mounting budgetary constraints. I implore Council to listen to your constituents who clamor for better and more equitable solutions to a growing problem. Cambridge has often been a leader in innovative solutions, and I ask that you join our voices. Say no to the limitations of a CTS model, and yes to improved mental health supports and rehabilitation services. We should be at the forefront of the effort to be most effective for the greatest number of people. This community deserves nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. I'm just going to turn to members of council to see if there's any questions of clarification for our delegation. Seeing none, thank you for joining us and doing double duty this evening, Carol.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Our next delegation is Jim Boney. So I'll just wait while staff are able to reach out to him and bring him online.
Yes.
Jim, are you able to hear me? It's Mayor McGarry.
Yes, I am. Hello,
Great.
Mary. Yes.
Hi. And you've turned down the computer behind you, or the? Yes,
Oh,
you
no,
have.
I'll turn it down right now. Okay.
Please do. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, there's about a 25 to 30 second delay between what's actually happening in council and the YouTube, so it can be confusing. So welcome, Jim. Thank you for joining us this evening, and you've now got your 5 minutes. Please begin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and councilors, for letting me speak. Mine is going to be very, very short. looking at the data and statistics with CTS, you see that it's unsuccessful. There's many more deaths, percentages rise. And like all the others have said before, we should find a better solution to this. And that is investing money into detox and rehab. What I find very, very perplexed is the locations. Saying Easton is industrial zone, there are homes on that street right next to a facility. Imagine, Mayor, if that was beside your home. It affects everybody on that street in that neighborhood, and the same in Oxford. I'm sure there are much better locations. Like, they should not even be brought in. They don't fulfill the criteria. 200 meters is a minimum. And there's homes 10 meters, 5 meters from these locations. Like, I can't believe it, that these are even brought in. I don't think that everybody should be affected or pay for inadequate research and better solutions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jim, for your delegation. I'm just going to turn to members of council to see if they have questions for you. And he's gone, and there were none. We'll bring in the next delegation, who is Stacy Bauer. Stacy, it's Mayor McGarry. Are you able to hear me?
Hi, yes, I am.
Great, and we can hear you. Please go ahead. You've got 5 minutes.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor McGarry and council members. My name is Stacy Bauer, and I'm the principal at the Montessori School of Cambridge. Today, I'm here to represent our board of directors and our entire community. We understand there's been an increase in both opioid usage and deaths within our city. The facts surrounding usage and deaths are disheartening. And we want to offer our thank you to all those who continue to advocate and care for those in these troubling situations. Our school houses 85 children, ages 18 months to 6 years of age, and we employ 15 staff. The school is located on Roseview Avenue in a beautiful yellow brick building. It is our purpose as Montessori educators not only to support and foster healthy relationships and community, but to in fact delve deeper and play an important role in raising children who are confident, self-assured, and have strong leadership skills. We work with children to ensure they have compassion for others with a focus on community awareness and helping others. With all of this being said, the Montessori School of Cambridge has been the epitome of diversity, culture, education, community, and family for just short of 50 years in the Cambridge and Galt area, and generations of families have attended and supported our school. Furthermore, we have created a safe place for families within our community. Being a member of the Cambridge and Galt community since 1972, we feel this contribution and dedication must continue now and well into the future. We must stand with our many families who live in close proximity and are safely able to walk from their houses to school without being at risk of crime-related events. In addition, it is our duty as educators to provide a safe place for families and children to attend school. While we understand the approved distance from the consumption and treatment services site to schools or daycares is at least 200 meters, our school is just 280 meters away, not far outside of this approved acceptable distance. It is also located within a residential neighborhood, as many have said previous to me, and is surrounded by family homes, which is not part of the criteria for a CTS site location. In addition, the proposed travel route from the bridges and downtown core up Cambridge Street is a short 66 meters to our school if they choose to take this route. They could in fact go up Park Hill, which would then lead them to go right past our school on their way to this proposed CTS site. Both of these scenarios are unacceptable in keeping our children and families safe. Further, Laneway 173 is directly behind our school and is adjacent to our playground. This creates another clear pathway between the school to the CTS site, as well as providing sheltered area for those using and discarding needles. We have grave concern that by having a CTS site so close to the school and within a residential area, this will promote more crime-related activity. Quite pointedly, by having a CTS so close to our school, it will put our business at risk of closure due to parents not wanting to send their young children to a school that is in such close proximity. How horrible would that be? We empathize with the complexity of the ongoing opioid crisis and hope that alternative options are provided to help those in need. In conclusion, the proposed CTS location is unacceptable, and we oppose such a site being in any residential community. I thank you very much for listening, and I would like to thank all of those before me who have taken time to stand up against this motion, as well as supporting the Montessori School of Cambridge. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Stacey. And if you would just wait while I see if there are questions of clarification for your delegation. Councillor Liggett, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Stacey, thanks for coming forward to represent your school tonight. 30 years ago, you used to take subsidized children from the community who would benefit from the type of education that you provide. Do you still do that? If so, to what extent, if you don't mind?
Yes, we absolutely do accept children who are on subsidy. That is something that has always been an important part of the Montessori School of Cambridge, to be able to allow access to all members within our community.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Stacey. I know that you are against the particular sites that are being proposed, but I don't know whether or not you support a CTS. So could you clear that up for me?
This is something that I'm actually speaking on behalf of our board with regards to. This isn't something that we feel we can take a stand on from a board perspective. I can certainly speak personally to how I feel about that. And no, we do not, I personally do not support having a CTS site within our community. From a representation from the school, I can absolutely say that we do not support this kind of a site being in our residential community or any residential community within Cambridge.
Further, if I may? It
Yeah,
doesn't
go
really
ahead.
answer my question. My question is, can you support a CTS site? And obviously, you've told us you can't support it where it is being proposed. But if it was proposed in an area that you found acceptable, would you support it?
No.
Thank you. There's no further questions. Thank you, Stacey, for joining us this evening and your delegation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next delegation is James Dover. James, are you there? It's Mayor McGarry.
Hello. Here.
Hi, we can hear you. So please begin. You have your 5 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors, for your hard work helping out our community. I appreciate what you guys do. And thanks you, Councillor Leggett, for giving me a call and informing me on the topic. So my name is James Dover, and I'm a teacher with WRDSB, and I'm also a near neighbor of one of the proposed sites. So I'm on Oxford Street, and I'm against the CTS sites in Cambridge. I don't think we should set up a location for illicit activities, and especially in a residential neighborhood. I feel there are better alternatives such as rehabilitation, and the research seems to be kind of inconclusive on the subject of CTS sites, and I don't want to gamble with the future of our neighborhood. So where I live on Oxford Street is really close to the proposed site and separated by Bond Street. And I see children walk to and from school every day, and they need to use Bond Street to cross the train tracks because the train tracks separate our neighborhood from the schools of Galt and Manchester. So they would be walking every day down Bond Street and have to interact potentially with users of the site. So it's really a highway of children in the mornings and after school. And as a teacher, I see the innocence and impressionable behavior of children, and I would hate to see kids fall into the life of an addict, which they have to pass daily if this site was to go through. So I'm against the site, and I think that if you truly are in community development, then we should propose ideas, alternative ideas than these ones. Thank you.
Thank you, James, for your delegation. I'm just going to turn to members of council now to see if there's any questions. Seeing none, thank you again for joining us, and you can follow along the rest of this item if you so wish on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
We'll go to our next delegation, who's Matthew Hayes. Matthew, it's Mayor McGarry. Can you hear me?
Hi, I can hear you.
Great. We can hear you as well. So please begin. You've got 5 minutes. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I live on Roseview. I'm opposed to this consumption site going into any kind of residential neighborhood such as mine. I've been in this neighborhood for about 7 years. We've had lots of instances of crime. Our garage has been broken into. My bikes have been stolen. Our cars regularly ransacked. People use our property as a cut through to get to the bridges. I think this will only increase with the consumption site going in. I've also witnessed our neighbors having their properties broken into and cars being rummaged through. Our neighborhood has lots of children and elderly in it. This site will definitely bring in a volatile type of person, which could cause significant safety risks. The proposed site on Oxford Street is surrounded by houses, multi-unit rentals, and apartment buildings. It's within the downtown core, very close to schools, Montessori's, preschools. It's on children's bus routes, as well as walking routes. I don't think kids should be exposed to this kind of drug use. The business and home businesses that are in the area will definitely be negatively impacted. The consumption site will drive property value down, which is not fair to the residents. The renters will move out. I believe establishing a site in a medical complex such as the hospital makes much more sense, or possibly a mobile site that can service areas not just in Galt, but the camps that surround. Anyways, thank you. Hope this is taken into actual consideration. I know the mayor doesn't seem to be too interested. Thank you.
I don't understand what you mean by that, Matthew. I've listened intently to your delegation. Thank you.
I've been watching you on Zoom. You're not interested at all. Thank you.
Are there any questions for our delegation? And I will point out to all those viewing that I have a stack of papers here in order to try and figure out who the next delegation is and to write some notes. That's why I'm looking down a lot. Thank you.
Yep.
There's no questions. So thank you very much for delegating, and you may continue to follow along on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel. Our next delegate is Amar Buey. And I hope that I have that.
Hello.
Correctly. Amar, I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce your name correctly.
No, that's okay.
But we can hear you. Please begin.
Perfect. So hello, my name is Amar Buey. I live and I work from home on Roseview Ave. I have lived in Cambridge, Galt areas for over 30 years, and I am a homeowner on Roseview for the past 7. I do not think putting a CTS site in a dense residential neighborhood is a good idea. The Oxford location is within half a kilometer of Montessori schools, daycare centers, and within a kilometer of GCI, Manchester School, and the Muslim School. We have many children and young families in the area. The children love to walk to school and play outside. We have bus stops right on Roseview and down Oxford early in the morning and in the afternoon for pickups and drop-offs. We have many elderly homeowners who have lived here for years. We have a lot of apartment buildings, renters in the surrounding areas, and we also have small businesses and home businesses in the area like my own. The CTS sites will bring more theft, trespassing, drugs, and litter to the area. We already have to deal with negative issues with bridges. Not to mention, this will also drive down property values in the area, an area that is trying to grow and better itself. Oxford is still within the downtown core. It should not be a part of the site options. No neighborhood should have to have a CTS site. Home should be somewhere where you feel safe, somewhere where you can go outside, garden, play, even walk without fear or feeling unsafe. No CTS sites in dense neighborhoods. If there needs to be a site, which I think is a good thing to have, it should be where the problems are, like within the bridges, where the problem is mostly concentrated, which would eliminate walking through and loitering through very dense and growing residential areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Amar. I'm just going to look to council, and I see a question from Councillor Liggett. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amar, just so I know that I've got you located correctly, you have the jewelry studio? Yep. Were you on the tour before?
Yep, I've been taking part in the art community for years, and I do own a personal studio space on Roseview, and it's right across the street from the site that is being that they're thinking of putting this in.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure you're the right person that was on the studio tour. Great
Yep.
jewelry anyway, by the way.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
I would agree with the studio tour. What a great bunch we do have in our city. So thank you, Amar. I don't see any other delegations. So thank you very much for joining us this evening.
No problem. Thank you very much.
And the next delegation that we have is Lori Bennett. So just a moment. And there's Lori. It's Mayor McGarry. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great. We can hear you. So please begin. You've got 5 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor McGarry and council members. My name is Lori Bennett. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. I'm going to share a personal story which will help explain my reasons for supporting a CTS in Cambridge. At first, you might wonder where this story is going, but please bear with me. A number of years ago, my husband and I went on a vacation to Chicago. We had just enjoyed a pizza for lunch and had taken the leftovers with us. We had seen a young man begging on the street, and our plan was to offer the leftovers. When we found him and offered the pizza, he declined and said he would prefer money instead. We were shocked and taken aback. He clearly wanted money to buy drugs. We had tried to offer help, a meal, but it was obvious he didn't want the kind of help we were offering. I judged him, and I judged him harshly. That was before we had a family member become addicted to drugs. And now I understand. That young man begging on the street didn't need food to survive. He needed money to survive. Money to buy drugs to feed his addiction. And while the addiction needs constant feeding and attention, the body starts to starve from lack of nutrition and love. And when I say love, I mean the loss of love for himself and from society. Many people believe that addicts only care about themselves, and their actions certainly support that. But the guilt and shame that comes from addiction is also real. It eats away at them. We watched our loved one turn into someone we did not recognize, both physically and emotionally. I am not suggesting that all of our problems will be resolved with the implementation of a CTS. Far from it. Many services are needed to find a way out of addiction, and a CTS is just one. A consumption treatment site will promote drug treatment, not drug use. People can safely inject in a clean, non-judgmental environment where they are given education on how to regain their lives while working through their addiction. Because I can tell you, the battle with addiction is long and hard fought, and it is not won quickly. But even more importantly, a CTS doesn't just offer hope to the addicted, but to their families as well. The hope of keeping that loved one alive. Waiting for the approval and build of a drug rehabilitation center in our city will take years. And if and when it opens, the waiting list will be long. My family has a loved one suffering from addiction now. So how long are we expected to wait? It is easy to dismiss the addicted and mentally ill, especially if you have never experienced the horror of these illnesses. But as a society, we can't be so quick to pass judgment. We need to offer compassion to those afflicted by these diseases, as the road to recovery is long. This is why my family supports the CTS at either of the proposed sites, because one day, that person begging for money on the street might be a member of your own family. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori, for your delegation. I'm just going to turn to members of council to see if there's any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation this evening, and you can follow along with the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you so wish.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole Blair is our next delegation, so we'll wait until we can bring in Nicole online. Nicole, it's Mayor McGarry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great. Have you turned down the computer behind you? Yes,
I
you
just
have.
did, yep.
Yeah. Otherwise, there's a feedback. Thank you very much for joining us this evening. You've got your 5 minutes. Please begin.
Thank you. My name is Nicole Blair. This is coming from a very personal point of view as a resident of Cambridge for 47 years. I'm very concerned by the thought of CTS being in my city. I and my family do not condone this type of site anywhere in Cambridge. My mother-in-law lives in the area you are proposing to put the site in. She's 88 years old, lives alone, pays municipal taxes. She's already afraid to go for a walk, even though she is totally self-sufficient and of sound mind. Because we already have an issue in Cambridge of increased crime and theft caused predominantly by drug use. She's afraid to go for a walk with her dog by herself. There are other seniors that live on the same street, one woman who is 101 years old. The site being recommended by council in the neighborhood is in the neighborhood of family. An injection site has no right to be near schools, seniors, or children. It has been proven statistically that these injection sites are not helpful to any community. There are more overdoses, more criminal activity, so addicts can get their fix. I do not want that risk near my mother-in-law. There is a daycare across the street from her with children from a few months to 3 years old. Kids don't need to see that kind of activity. Addicts walking to and from the site, either going through withdrawal or already high. People with drugs go to the site and safely inject. What about those people who need their fix and don't have the money? You don't think they won't be hanging around looking for theirs? Our biggest focus should be on treatment facilities. I've had a child who's suffering from addiction, and unless I have a lot of money, there's no help for him. And I know I'm not alone. Almost everyone I speak to has someone or knows someone who's had this problem. It's everyone's dark secret. A safe site doesn't solve the problem. Drug addicts use wherever and whenever they can. Focus should be on treatment only, not enabling. When my son was finally ready for treatment and I had some glimmer of hope, he was in the waiting room of the facility and turned away, only to use again. I know of so many people that are leaving Cambridge because of the drug problems and crime that exists here now. Most of my friends have left or are leaving because they just can't take the chaos anymore. I've been considering leaving my home as well at this point, but I've also decided that until this is made right again and we can walk our streets safely, I will use my voice. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Nicole, for your delegation. I'm just going to turn to members of council to see if there's any questions for you. And I don't see any. Thank you again for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Priya Hebert. Priya? Priya, it's Mayor McGarry. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good, and I can hear you. So please begin. You've got 5 minutes.
All right, thank you. Good evening, councillors and Mayor McGarry. My name is Priya Hebert, and I am an 11th grade student at the Catholic Secondary School Pachanutigedinik. Today, I am speaking to you in support of moving forward with choosing a location for a consumption treatment site. These sites help those who want to use drugs practice safely to avoid overdosing, which is and has been a major issue within the whole province of Ontario and a global issue everywhere. These sites also give easy access to rehabilitation services, which while I was listening to a few of the other delegations previously that spoke before me, they had mentioned that that was something they were looking for, was rehabilitation services, and these sites do offer that. And the opioid crisis, like I said before, has been present for a very long time in Cambridge. Unfortunately, opioid-related deaths have been spiking in Ontario, and Cambridge could be one of the many cities that are helping resolve this crisis and those that are being affected by it. It's also important to keep in mind that these sites offer services to educate communities about safe drug usage and naloxone training. Not only do consumption treatment sites help those who want to use drugs practice safely, but these sites and services help reduce the transmission of diseases, fatal overdoses, and promote rehabilitation services. That last part of my sentence is very important. Consumption treatment sites promote rehabilitation services. These sites are made to support those who want to use drugs, like I said before, and provide them a safe environment to do so without doing it publicly or in front of children, which is one concern that I know a lot of others had. And I'm also aware that used needles are another concern for many citizens in Cambridge, and consumption treatment sites will reduce the share of those needles. So it'll be less common to find those needles in public areas because they can be discarded at these sites safely. If we look at Kitchener and their consumption treatment site, it's successful and part of their accepting community. Their CTS is in a normal looking building that blends in seamlessly, giving accessible access in the core of their city, the downtown area. As a youth member of Cambridge, I believe that these sites would aid so many people and help the community just come together. Though these sites are shown to help adults, youth can still benefit from these sites because the information that can be provided will educate youth and help them see what services are offered to be able to spread awareness about this issue. And I know that's going to be pretty controversial because not all youth are on the same page with supporting drug usage or not supporting drug usage, but I believe these sites can help either party. I personally have done a lot of research on consumption treatment sites because it's become an issue that I hold very close to heart, and I've worked on a lot of projects with other organizations. And I also have loved ones that have struggled with addiction and that are currently struggling with addiction and that have overdosed before that could have greatly benefited from having an accessible consumption treatment site. If Cambridge wants to be an accepting community, I believe it is important that we take the steps necessary to accommodate everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Priya, for your delegation. I'm just going to turn to members of council to see if there's questions for you. And seeing none, thank you for your presentation, and you can still follow along on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you so wish. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Jesse Burt from Aqua. Jesse, can you hear me? It's Mayor McGarry.
Hi.
Yep, we can hear you. Please begin.
Awesome.
You've got your 5 minutes.
Awesome. My name is Jesse Burt, and I am the Cambridge Harm Reduction Lead for Aqua. Tonight, I'm speaking as a frontline worker in the midst of a crisis. I've had the honor of working for many organizations supporting people who use drugs. Unfortunately, I've had to respond to well over 30 overdoses, one of which was fatal. Council, I spoke to you last on November 18th, It was decided then to move forward with the consultation process. Since then, over 30 people have died in our region. I went to a funeral recently for one of those 30 individuals. It was heartbreaking. I didn't become a support worker to watch my clients die from preventable death. I'm sad that so many delegates are not staying on topic tonight, discussing the 2 locations and the consultation process ahead of you. The evidence hasn't changed over the last 4 months, and the spread of fear and misinformation also hasn't changed. What has changed is the toxic drug supply. It's getting worse every year. I know there are 40 people delegating tonight, and don't worry, you're about halfway there, over matters that have been discussed in length for years. So I actually want to talk about something new. So please remember this. There's data coming out of BC showing that overdoses are now caused more by smoking unregulated drugs than injecting. A survey that I did in this region that will soon be released shows that people actually prefer to smoke their opioids rather than inject. Therefore, creating a safe space for people to smoke is absolutely critical to the success of CTS. Typically, smoking is something that's overlooked when planning a CTS, but since drug users are switching from injecting to smoking, we need to be proactive here. Please, Sue, if you can add this to your consultation process when seeking feedback from potential clients, that would be amazing. If most of the fatal and non-fatal overdoses are due to smoking, we need to plan for it. If you have any more questions about that, just ask me at the end. Finding a location is going to be tough, especially with the long list of requirements. Council and the public will probably never reach consensus. When I, like many others, first looked at the 2 options, I started to wonder myself what would be best. However, I stopped myself. My opinion doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter. This report is addressing the wrong people. At the end of the day, it shouldn't matter what my opinion is. I'm not at risk of overdosing from a toxic drug supply. I want people to know how upsetting this process is. My community is voiceless and can't represent themselves. They're simply too vulnerable, traumatized, victimized, stigmatized to speak up against how they're being treated. They're a minority group, and we should solely get feedback from the potential clients. If not, we are allowing oppression when people unaffected by a problem get to dictate other people's healthcare accessibility and treatment options. Because my opinion doesn't matter, I actually, over the last few days, I've spent doing an informal survey with people that would actually use the CTS site in Cambridge. With the help of someone with lived experience, we asked 40 potential clients their thoughts between the 2 options. The results? Well, all 40 of them actually wanted the 8 Oxford Street. It needs to be where people already use drugs, where overdoses are already happening. If the next steps is to get feedback from the general public and from neighborhoods, I think you already have their opinion in your mailboxes, councillors. I sympathize with the difficult decision you have to make. That's why I recommend treating this like the public health crisis that it is, and follow the evidence and get feedback from potential clients. If you need help with public education, I would be happy to help out. Anything to help ease off the pressure. My community is dying. Treatment doesn't work if you're dead. I don't know when the next council meeting will be. Sounds like it will be in the fall, but I would prefer not another 30 people to have to die waiting. So how many more people have to die? How many more funerals do I have to go to? Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Jesse, for your delegation. I've got several questions from Council. I'm going to go first to Councillor Liggett, followed by Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jesse, you spoke to addicts being traumatized and stigmatized. So I understand that, I do get that, but I have to ask you, what about the trauma to the children, the psychological damage that's done to them, or to the elderly people that are in the area? What about that? Do you consider that in the equation when you talk about trauma?
Yes, I understand the what people, like the fear that people have, but that there's no evidence based in that. So that's all I'm going to say about that.
Through you, Madam Chair. Jesse, there is evidence in that, I have to say. So a lot of people spoken about that, and I had to deal with that in the past week. So if we could just say that, yes, everybody has trauma who's involved in this equation, because I think everybody is traumatized in some way. Do you think that that should be part of the equation when we make our decision, or no?
Yes, I couldn't be more for a bit of an advocate of prevention. And so I believe with proper planning, we can figure this out. So, yeah.
Thank you. I'll move next to Councillor Hamilton, followed by Councillor Devine. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. And thank you very much, Jesse, for your delegation. Just being out there and being on the front lines, you mentioned the nature of the drugs have changed. Can you just describe the nature of the change over the past maybe year, and maybe over the past, has it changed over the past 4 months or so? Or like, what is the nature of the intensity, the change of the drug that you're describing?
Yes, that's I have so much to say about that. It's a great question. Ever since, and again, there's actually, you can look forward to a report coming out soon that will actually touch on this topic around even the changes that happened since COVID, how the COVID has actually affected the drug supply even more. Essentially, the drug supply has been random and toxic for years now, and it continues to always shift and change. So when we talk about the unregulated market and unregulated drugs, it's constantly changing. And that's why people don't know their tolerance. That's why we see overdoses so much, because people don't even know what they're taking or how much they're taking, the composition of it or the dosage of it. And so it is quite scary for folks. I know a lot of folks are really scared about it because they have a dependency, but their dependency is solely on an unregulated substance, and they've been given no other options in terms of supply.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Devine next. Councillor Devine, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair. Jesse, this, you spoke about people smoking opioids now, or smoking fentanyl as opposed to injecting. Why is that?
Oh man, there's probably so many potential reasons for that. Honestly, that is something, the whole drug use patterns and culture and the unregulated market is something that's always so understudied. And so I would love to know that question. I would love to know the answer to that question too. As a harm reduction worker, I'm actually quite happy with the switch, even though it's not leading to more deaths, but it's just more people are switching to it. And it makes me like, I'm excited. Like, I'm not excited, but in terms of harm reduction, it's better than injecting. And so we should be sort of facilitating that switch almost. So providing a safe space is crucially important. That's what I was just trying to get at for all consumption. Yeah.
Well, yeah, consumption is one of the ingredients, but the key ingredient should be treatment, right? Okay, thanks.
Thank you. I don't see any further questions. So thank you, Jesse, for joining us this evening. And you can continue to follow along on the YouTube channel if you so wish.
Thank you, Councillor.
And our next delegation is Jeffrey Shaver. Jeffrey? Jeffrey, it's Mayor McGarry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great, we can hear you. So please begin. You've got 5 minutes.
Right. Yes, my name is Jeffrey Shaver, and I'd like to speak tonight about my support of deconsumption and treatment facilities that we're talking about. There is a group of people, and speak about prosperity and flourishing, there are a group of people in our city that are not facing prosperity or flourishing. They are facing some life and death challenges, and we need to look at what we can do to help assist these people in any way we can. Now, there is not a one or the other solution. There is not a one-size-fits-all approach. There needs to be multiple avenues to keep marginalized people in touch with medical assistance. And I believe a CTS is just one of those methods that will help keep people within the medical system getting the appropriate care that they need, as well as getting access to additional care that the CTS can refer to. Now, I must say I do support the city if they were to set up additional resources towards additional treatment options. I think that is an additional thing that we do need to have, and I think that the city needs to look at doing something along those lines, because people are already out there doing drugs. If we have a CTS or we don't have a CTS, people are already out there doing drugs, and they're doing them in the bathrooms of Tim Hortons. They're doing them in various places in the public. They're already doing them. We need to look at certain people that aren't 100% receptive to getting into rehab, even if you can, because the wait lists are long. But certain people are falling through the cracks anyway of rehab. Even when they do try, they are using anyway. And those people need a safety net in order for us to keep them safe. And I think that when you adjust those wait times too, in order to help close the gap on that. But there needs to be a safety net for this vulnerable group of people because they need to be able to be directed towards prosperity and flourishing. And we need to keep them alive in order to do that. And I believe the CTS is about doing that. It's about keeping people alive and about directing them to better medical services and assistance. And I have to look at the sites, and I understand of the initial debate around keeping the sites outside of the main business areas of the city. However, that overlaps with the main problem areas of the city is. So in the Galt Core in particular. So I think both of these sites are reasonably close to that red zone area, and they can be achieved. Their walking distance from large area of that red zone, and then from the rest of the city, accessible via transit. So I think that is an area. They have to be in an area where they can make a large impact. We can't just hide them out in the corner somewhere because they're not going to make a large impact. It has to be accessible. And that's something we do need to look at. Thank you. Thank you. And that's my presentation for tonight.
Thank you, Jeffrey, for your presentation. So I'm just going to turn to members of council to see if they have any questions for you. And appears not. Thank you very much for your presentation this evening and for joining us.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Henry Bout. So we'll wait for Henry to come online.
Large area.
Henry, it's Mayor McGarry. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I am.
Great, we can hear you. So please begin. You've got your 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Henry Bout, and I'm the owner of a business located at 471 Dundas Street, which is at the corner of Dundas and Roxborough Street, which is adjacent to Manchester Public School. In the past 4 to 5 years, we have experienced a significant increase in criminal activity in and around our building. We have increased security by installing cameras and lighting, improving the fencing, upgrading alarm systems, and having a night watchman walk the premise. Most recently, on February 2nd at 7:30 a.m., my employees assisted in apprehending an individual that had broken into the electrical company next door to us. On December 28th at 10:52 a.m., an individual walked to the front window of our building and kicked it in and left. Our cameras helped identify the man, and he was charged with mischief. This is happening in broad daylight across from Manchester Public School. I have employees who live in the area to be near work, and they are afraid in their own neighborhood. One employee who lives on Hopeton Street has been threatened when she does not give money, and her house has been tried to be broken into. I feel that the priority from the city should first be the safety of the schools, the neighborhood, and the businesses. That should not be jeopardized further by placing a consumption site, as the criminal activity will increase. I question the 200-meter criteria for schools. Proposed site on Easton Street is a 2.5-minute walk from Manchester Public School. I did it yesterday. If you walk the other way from Manchester School towards the overpass on Dundas Street, you will find a tent city near the train tracks. Criminal activity will increase in and around the school as Roxborough Street is used as a throughway to get across the tracks to Norfolk Street in the Chaplin Park area. Train tracks that back onto Manchester School are used regularly as well. The city had contacted me last month to see if I would rent a part of my building for the consumption site. Told the clerk that we are next door to a school, and the response back was asked if I had a side door. This was shocking to me. The city had previously had a bylaw officer demand that I remove graffiti from my building by the school side. They explained that a drug dealer tags the area to let the other distributors know that this is their turf. I did agree with them and remove graffiti on a regular basis. I do find it ironic, however, that the city is enforcing the graffiti bylaw, but are willing to put a consumption site next door or even a 2.5-minute walk down the street. Drugs will be purchased in and around the school, and criminal activity will increase in our neighborhood. Please do not forget that on April 17th, 2019, Helen Schaller was shot 4 times and was murdered in downtown Preston by a drug dealer during the middle of the day. Her memory should be a reminder to us that we have a right to a safe neighborhood. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Henry, for your delegation. I'm just going to turn to members of council to see if they have questions for you. And seeing none, thank you for your delegation this evening, and you can continue to follow along this issue on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next delegation that we have is Kyla Shaw. So we'll wait for Kyla to come in. Kyla, it's Mayor McGarry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great, and we can hear you. So please begin. You've got your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and councillors. I'm a mother of 4 and live on Bond Street in a duplex I own a few houses down from the proposed site on Oxford Street. The proposed site on Easton Street is also near Freshco, where my children and I shop frequently, and near Gordon Chaplin Park, where my children often play. My first concern is that the minute my tenant heard a CTS site may be coming to the area, she let me know that she would be moving out if that happens. She also has 4 children, and she would no longer feel safe living in the area based on what she has seen happen at other CTS sites. I know the site will not only lower our property values, but will also hinder my ability to find any tenant that would want to live in a neighborhood with a CTS site. Needless to say, if I can't find tenants, I'm going to be forced to sell my property, and I'm sure that I will have to sell at a lower price and lose some of the equity I've built up, if I can even sell it at all. I've talked to many of my neighbors, and not one person is in support of having it at either of the proposed sites. The Oxford site is right in the middle of a residential neighborhood, as well as 400 meters from a Montessori school and just over 200 meters away from the daycare. It's also in the direct path where many children walk to Manchester School every day, including my tenants, and where the daycare walk their little ones most days. This area has many families with young children, and my daughters, as well as other children, often ride their bikes unsupervised around the block. And actually, in the parking lot of the proposed Oxford site is where my daughter learned to ride her bike. If this site is approved, no parents in this area will ever feel comfortable allowing their children to play unsupervised outside again. I hear a lot of comparisons to the Kitchener site, but if you look at that location, it's actually in the downtown core surrounded by businesses and doesn't have the issues our proposed locations will have, because it's not actually in the middle of a residential area. My second concern is that CTS is supposed to be based on 4 pillars, yet the recovery and rehabilitation part, as well as the enforcement and justice piece, seem to be missing. In successful sites, addicts have access to many supports and are able to immediately get access to a bed if they would like to try and get clean. But due to lack of funding, the wait time right now, if somebody wanted to get clean, can be months, and that's not going to help them right now. We cannot enable addicts yet ignore that part of the equation. At this time, the police also do not have the ability to deal with the crimes that are happening now. So how can they guarantee that they can keep the citizens and their property in the area safe when the crime increases due to the CTS? And we know that it will. They also cannot stop the loitering of the homeless and addicts that's happening now. And I've seen what happens at some of the other sites. I've seen pictures, and I know people that have gone there, and there's no way that they're going to be able to stop it from happening here too. Another concern I have is that in Kitchener, they only wait in the post-consumption room for 15 to 20 minutes before they leave after they've consumed their drugs. So I have to ask, where will the addicts go that have just consumed drugs? Will they be getting in their cars to drive home and risk the lives of the people on the roads? If they walked, where will they go when they're high? We already have many laneways around the area that people from the bridges like to use, as well as an increase in crime in the area. And I'm sure that will only get worse. This area will become a popular spot for addicts to hang out in, and we already have to deal with addicts walking in the area who are coming from the bridges. And I would imagine there will be an increased stream back and forth to and from the CTS site. There's also Tent City by the train tracks, other people have mentioned, which the city can't remove because it's on public property. And I can see this growing as addicts are going to need a place to go after getting high, and it's in close proximity of both of the CTS sites. Whichever area is chosen, it will become a popular spot for addicts and the homeless to congregate in, and we already have a problem with that as it is. Many students also go to and from GCI, and they walk past this area where they're addicts. And where there are addicts, there are dealers. And I don't honestly think it's a good idea to have dealers in an area where there's a large population of high school students. In short, I just don't support either site or the CTS model that's being considered.
Thank you, Kyla. Are you done?
Yes.
Thank you. Just wait on the line here while I just look to members of council to see if there's any questions for you.
Okay, thank you.
And seeing none, thank you for your presentation this evening. Thank you for joining us. And you may continue to follow along with this item with the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you so wish. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Our next delegation is Dave Berry. So we'll wait for Dave to come on the line.
Got the volume.
Hi, Dave.
Oh, hello.
It's Mayor McGarry. Can you hear me?
Is that you, Catherine McGarry?
That is. So you've now got your 5 minutes. You may begin, Dave.
Okay, very good. Thank you, and very much. And good evening, all. My name is David Berry, longtime resident at 68 Brook Street, right around the corner from both proposed consumption treatment sites in Cambridge. Myself and my neighbors, I did canvass the neighborhood yesterday and today, do not support or consent to hosting a consumption treatment site anywhere in Cambridge residential neighborhoods. I'll now read you some excerpts from the Government of Canada, Health Canada website regarding the benefits of consumption treatment sites, and also my rebuttals to the Health Canada claims. So, from the Health Canada website, number one, claim a consumption treatment site will reduce the risk of accidental overdose. Not true. A report dated March 5, 2020 from the Supervised Consumption Services Review Committee of Alberta stated that after opening the site, the death rates in the immediate vicinity of the sites after the sites opened continued to increase, along with province-wide rates of opioid deaths, as well as, quote, opioid-related calls for emergency medical services also increased in the immediate vicinity following the opening of the sites. Folks, we already have Cambridge Memorial Hospital. Let's use this site for what it was intended to be used for and for which we taxpayers already finance. Lord knows we've spent millions on upgrades and expansion, and they're already equipped with emergency medical services and facilities, which makes the need for a separate consumption treatment site redundant, in my opinion. Number two, claim from Health Canada. A consumption treatment site will reduce public drug use and reduce discarded drug equipment. Not true. The Alberta report states substantial increases in the use of non-opioid substance use, specifically methamphetamines, lead to aggressive behavior endangering public safety. And regarding the claim that a consumption treatment site reduces discarded drug equipment, the report's finding was that increased needle debris and deteriorating public safety around the sites were significant concerns. Let's all learn from these mistakes made in other consumption treatment site cities and not make the same mistakes here. Number 3, claim from Health Canada. This is your government of Canada. A consumption treatment site reduces strain on emergency medical services so they can focus on other emergencies. Not true. The EMS already gets the calls and brings the affected individuals to Cambridge Memorial Hospital. I hear the sirens all the time. A consumption treatment site will not reduce the strain on emergency medical services if the emergency medical services folks are already there in place at the hospital. They're already there. However, what it will do is strain the patience of local taxpayers who will have to deal with the increased crime, discarded, filthy, dangerous drugs and drug paraphernalia, harassment, and eventual dead people in our yards. In closing, I know I speak for my neighbors, family members, local business owners and friends, and in good faith and conscience, we will not support or consent to the inevitable deaths and overall societal destruction should Council move forward with any of these CTS proposals in any of our neighborhoods. Please do your due diligence and consult with your peers in Kitchener, Guelph, London, Toronto, to see what negative effects consumption treatment sites have had on their local core populations. Better yet, talk with the locals in these areas to get a balanced perspective. Mayor and Council, we do not support a consumption treatment site, even in your immediate neighborhoods. The hospital has all these services in place, and it's already being funded. Local neighborhoods are not suitable for these sites. However, more suitable may be a site at or closer to the local hospital. Zoning already in place, savings all around. I believe it's called a win-win. Thank you for your time, Mayor, Council, and members of the public. Thank you for listening to me. That's it for me.
Thanks, Dave. If you would just stay put to let me see if there are any questions for you. Thank you for your presentation.
Very good.
I don't see any questions for you, but thank you for joining us this evening. Thank you for your delegation.
Hey, no questions. That's fantastic. Very good. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Brian Kennedy, who is here on behalf of the Downtown Cambridge Business Improvement Area, or BIA. Brian, it's Mayor McGarry. Can you hear me?
I can.
Good, we can hear you. Please begin. You've got your 5 minutes.
Perfect. So yes, thank you, Mayor McGarry, Council, and staff. Tonight I'm here speaking on a subject which I have done before. And tonight we are really, on behalf of our businesses and property owners, are asking the Mayor and Council to keep their promise, and by doing that, removing 8 Oxford Street from the public consultation process, as it is within the 500-meter buffer of the Galt core area. And that's an area that we're adamantly against a CTS site being located. Last year, I stood before you guys on behalf of the BIA, looking to see a permanent bylaw put in place, protecting our downtown and 500-meter radius, for which the response was that we will make sure that one does not end up in this area. And it was on that understanding that I went back to stakeholders and, of course, echoed that to everyone with concerns. Staff's report tonight is surprising, as there is a location that obviously goes against the criteria that was outlined. And because of that, I am delegating and asking all of you to keep your word and to remove this location from moving forward. We've heard from several people that tonight isn't a vote for a location, but it is indeed a vote to move forward with the public consultation of the sites proposed. And it is our opinion that to move forward with a site public consultation process at 8 Oxford Street would indeed be a step towards breaking the promise that you gave us. Our community has been through so much in this past year through the pandemic and the shutdowns. Our businesses and property owners, their livelihoods have been threatened, and they are doing everything they can to keep going and to remain open. These businesses are owned by our community members. They have families. They employ our community. Their businesses and their livelihoods are at stake should a CTS site end up opening within the downtown core area or within close proximity. The fear is real. The fear that such site would have a negative impact is a real fear that's going to affect business. It's going to affect investment into our downtown. And undoubtedly, the community, which is echoing that they would be afraid of the negative impacts of one of these locations, are the same community that we are trying to get into the doors of our small businesses. So I want to dispel that the fear is not true and it's not real, because it is, and it's going to have a tremendous effect. Even the proposed site going to public consultation over the next couple of months will have a tremendous effect on people who are right now deliberating as to whether or not to open a business downtown and fill some of the vacancies that we have. Our small businesses need your support and have a hard road ahead for recovery. Not only are they scared right now, but they need to be reassured that the site is not going to end up within the downtown or within the buffer zone.
Brian, are you completed?
Yes.
Okay, would you just hang on till I see if members of council have questions for you? Seeing none, thank you for joining us this evening, Brian, and for your presentation. Thank you. We're not able to reach the next delegation. That was Lee McNeil. And Cindy has withdrawn. So we'll move to our next delegation, who is Megan Ferriello. So we'll wait for Megan to come on. Megan, it's Mayor Catherine McGarry. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So please go ahead. You've got 5 minutes. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, this is in reference to the safe injection site proposal that's going through.
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. No, I was just clarifying.
Yes. Yep. You're speaking to the agenda item we're dealing with. So please go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm here with my partner Alex McConnell. Him and I moved into Cambridge back in 2017. And, you know, since there's lots of things that brought us here and that we love about Cambridge. And when we moved here, we were aware of bridges and some of the mental health issues and stuff that were present within Cambridge. And we've are definitely compassionate towards that. But part of our issue over the last couple of years has been that with bridges alone, we've had a lot of issues with trespassing, you know, violent outbursts from people. We've had issues, like our neighbors as well as have had issues. I've been around the schools and that we've got a Montessori and a childcare center in the immediate area, and we've seen them have to deal with a lot of different issues. Sorry, what did you say, Alex? We're on Roseview, as I think you guys. I don't know if you're able to see where we are, but we're on Roseview, so we're just above the hill where Bridges is. And so with all those issues over the past few years, you know, we've had a really hard time maintaining and dealing with that struggle. And I just have a really hard time believing that those issues are going to decrease with this, you know, safe injection site coming in. We understand the need for safety and the mental health issue, and we're not trying to dismiss that concern. Just bringing that into this immediate area with all the concerns that we're already having, the safety issues that we're already having, the quality of life that our street and our neighbors have not been able to uphold over the last couple of years. Bringing this in is just going to directly impact all of that, even more than it already has been. we do think, along with some of our other neighbors, that it really would be kind of bordering on almost irresponsible to be placing something like that in this area. Is there anything that you wanted? I have my partner here. I just wanted to see if there's anything he kind of wanted to add. So yeah, we just wanted to make sure that our voices just got heard in that regard, and those were our big issues. We just don't believe that there's been anything put in place in the past to uphold our safety and stuff in regards to the bridges. So we're not convinced that putting this here is going to, minimize the risks that we already feel that we're taking.
Okay, Megan, are you finished? I didn't want to cut you off.
No, of course. No, I appreciate that. No, I think, I think that's everything that we wanted to have voiced today.
Okay, well, thank you to both of you for joining us this evening. I'm just going to turn to members of council to see if there's any questions for you.
Of course.
Seeing none, thank you again for both of you joining us this evening and joining the presentation. And if you so wish, you can follow along with the rest of this meeting at the City of Cambridge YouTube channel. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Our next delegation is Anna Maria Iredale. Anna Maria, it's Mayor McGarry.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
And we can hear you. Thank you. You have your 5 minutes. Please begin.
Okay. I'd like to thank you, Mayor McGarry and council members, for allowing me to read my letter in this meeting. To the citizens that are concerned about the upcoming safe consumption site, I understand why you would have concerns, and it makes sense that you would. I want to help explain, if I may, why having a safe consumption site is a smart plan. First of all, let me tell you that the problem of substance use has been ongoing worldwide. It is in our towns and cities, and it's in all the countries worldwide. But there is one country that has handled this some years ago and has been highly successful. Portugal now has less people using substances. They have less overdose deaths. The money that used to be spent on policing, courts, and jails went into rehabilitation, and it worked. People were given safe supply, and therefore the death toll lowered. If this country can reduce the number of people using and dying from contaminated substances, then we should be seriously getting on board with what they are doing so we can start to get this pandemic under control. No one wants high crime rates. No one wants to see people dying in the streets, and no one wants to see needles in our parks. No one wants to see this continue the way it has been going. People use substances for many reasons. Substances like alcohol, gambling, cigarettes, whatever it takes to feel better are often wanted just to take the edge off, or to forget, or to stop the pain, mental or physical. It could be a student that is stressed, a young lady that was raped, a kid that was abused. The problem is that eventually it causes more problems than what it was originally intended to help. Addiction is a disease, and it needs to be treated as such. Quite often, it stems from trauma of some sort and develops into something that people cannot control. None of these people wanted to be addicted and had no idea that they would be until they were. Just like all the cigarette smokers, and a lot of us know how hard that was to give up. Prohibition doesn't work. If people have a safe place to use their substances, they aren't going to be dying from fentanyl or carfentanil poisoning or any of the other stuff that is cut into the supply. Crime rates will lower if people aren't buying stuff on the streets. With safe supply and safe consumption sites, we can clean up the horrendous pandemic that is going on in your neighborhood. We can stop all these deaths. There are university students, musicians, lawyers, highly successful people that are dying from a contaminated supply. We need safe consumption sites. I know what I'm talking about. 3.5 years ago, I lost my 36-year-old beautiful son to a fentanyl poisoning. Matthew had been very successful with his recovery for several years. His kindness to others was ongoing and a part of who he was. He was an incredible stonemason and bricklayer. He was a funny guy that loved to laugh and make others laugh. A handsome young man that had many friends and a huge family that all loved him. When his stepbrother was killed in a car accident, my son was devastated, and his pain was too much. He relapsed. just once. But it didn't turn out to be just once. The addiction grabbed hold and there was no help. He was desperate for help with his grief and for his substance use. He had to wait several months for a bed in rehab. He was trying his best and going to meetings and going to work and keeping in touch with me, his mom. And then he didn't. I got the call that every parent dreads. I held my son's hand for 6 days while he was in a coma and as his brain died. I don't want to hear of more moms going through what I have gone through. Please consider doing something that will change the route this pandemic is going. My boy is gone, but your neighbors and your nieces and nephews and your sons and your daughters and friends and grandchildren, don't let them be next. Don't let this continue to go on the way it has been going. If it isn't working, we need to do something different. Thousands every year in Canada are dying and it needs to stop. What we've been doing in the past hasn't worked. So let's try this. Let's do something different. Let's get on board and give it a chance. Please do the smart thing and let's stop this pandemic once and for all. Support a safe consumption site in Cambridge. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna Maria. I'm just going to turn to council to see if there's any questions.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, I'm going to take 2 minutes. This is still raw for me. We lost our own 36-year-old son less than 6 weeks ago from another cause. I'm going to take 2 minutes. Thank you for your patience.
I'm sorry. Sorry for your loss.
Anna Maria, if you can just hold on and then we'll circle back to you in a moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm back. I do apologize. Still too raw.
Hello.
Thank you, Anna Maria. Councillor Hamilton, I believe, had a question. Go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. And it's really more of a comment, but I just wanted to thank Anna Maria for sharing her email. And it was very powerful, and for also speaking. I have more comments, but I'll save those until after the delegations are over with. But I just want to thank Anna Maria for sharing her story. It was very powerful and very moving, and I know it was difficult. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Anna Maria, and I apologize for having to make you wait. I share your pain.
I'm sorry for your loss. Very, very sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Our next delegation is Glenn Stewart. So we'll bring Glenn Stewart in.
So the lady was talking about her son dying, and then she started bawling.
Glenn Stewart. Glenn Stewart.
Hi.
It's Mayor
Yes.
McGarry. And yes.
Oh, hi, Mayor.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. Yes, I
Thank
did
you.
start bawling. I just lost my son, same age. So I do apologize to the viewing public that I had to take a few minutes. So I'm going to stay off camera for a bit. But welcome. Thank you for your delegation. And you've
Yes,
now got your
sorry
5 minutes.
Sorry for your loss.
Thank you. I really appreciate your sentiments. Certainly
It's
community
always
support
horrible.
helps. It is to any
Yeah.
family member. I do agree. Thank you.
Your Worship and members of council, thank you for your time and consideration on this very important topic. I'm a homeowner on Bond Street and have property taxes to the city for well over 30 years. I feel that I have the right to a safe and clean community that we are proud of, that my fellow residents can safely raise children and live their lives in peace. Having a CTS site in our neighborhood is just wrong. There are proud homeowners, many with children, schools, daycares, and thriving small businesses. We have all watched the core and the areas around the bridges spiraling down with drug dealing, theft, vagrancy, and vandalism. And it's scary to think that the druggies think they prefer our area. This behavior will follow and be even more harmful to our neighborhood community. One of the questions most asked by my friends who live out of town is, why haven't we moved away? We love Cambridge. We love the river. We love the walkways, the parks, the restaurants, and most of the people. Until the last few years, we've always felt safe here. Not so much now. Please stop this safe injection site merry-go-round. We don't want it. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn, for your delegation. If you could just hold on, I'm just going to turn to members of council to see if they have any questions for you. And I don't see any. Thank you very much for your delegation, and thank you for your kindness. It's kindness that helps
Thank you,
families get through.
Catherine. I'm so sorry to hear the news. Goodbye.
Thank you. We'll move next to Deborah Donner. So we'll bring Deborah on. Deborah, it's Mayor McGarry. Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes. So you may begin. You've got your 5 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor and councilors. I'm here to support a consumption and treatment services site. As you know, my name is Deborah, and I am Amelia's granny. For those of you who don't know, please let me share a brief piece of our story, and I'll apologize now. This is not going to be easy for me. Nicole is my daughter, age 29, and Amelia is my granddaughter, age 20 months. Nicole has been an addict for 15 plus years. She has overdosed, I'm not sure how many times, She's contracted hepatitis, worked in the sex trade. She's had multiple incarcerations, all due to her addiction disease. I lived life waiting for the dreaded phone call to identify my child. When she called me to say she was pregnant, I had several questions, which she answered with one statement. I got into the methadone program. I'm not using street drugs anymore. Amelia was born on June 17th, 2017. I was there. I cut her umbilical cord. It was the happiest day. Nicole and Amelia moved in with my husband and I. Nicole and Amelia both thrived here. Nicole continued to achieve many successes, and Amelia was growing into a sweet, compassionate, well-behaved little princess. In November of 2018, I started noticing some behavior changes in Nicole. In late January 2019, she abruptly moved out, taking only bare minimum. On February 21st, 2019, Amelia had a fatal accident when she went in to her mommy's zippered pocket and found mommy's candy bag. The candy bag was mommy's dope bag. While mommy was sleeping, when mommy was actually on the nod, wasted, high. At age 20 months old, Amelia passed away from a carfentanil, not fentanyl, carfentanil, an elephant tranquilizer. She died from carfentanil poisoning. My life, as well as many others, will never be the same again, ever. I not only lost my precious angel, Princess Amelia, but I also lost my baby, Amelia's mummy, my daughter, Nicole. In Nicole's recovery, she accomplished taking driver's training, getting her driver's license, and securing automobile insurance. She replaced all of her identification and kept it in safety. She obtained her GED. She applied and was accepted into the WISP program at Conestoga College, which is the Women in Skilled Trades program. She obtained part-time employment as part of her college program. She also made arrangements for daycare for Amelia. These are just some of the accomplishments. Now my daughter is locked up in prison for criminal negligence causing death. The death of her precious daughter. And a place where when you go to visit, you yourself are treated like a criminal, judged, looked down upon. Yes, my daughter Nicole did the most horrific, unforgiving act by having her stash accessible to Amelia. But Nicole is still my daughter, and I love her. She is a human being, and while in recovery, an accomplished human being. My daughter Nicole suffers from addiction disease, and when she is in suffering stage, that is no longer my daughter. It's not my Nicole. And when she's using, that's not her. And now, when Nicole finishes her sentence, when she finishes serving her 4-year sentence, I will spend every day waiting for that dreaded phone call. Had there been a place where she could have gone safely, she might not have been in an unsavory place with my granddaughter. And just maybe just maybe, my precious princess, Elmo, Cookie Monster, and Trolls loving angel might still be alive for me to continue watching her grow up. I don't know if the locations of your sites are in the right place, but please vote yes for safety. Let your vote make a difference for all the families who have a person in their life with a horrendous illness. And I thank you.
Deborah, thank you so much for being courageous enough to tell your story. And I do want to remind everybody here tonight that many stories are very painful to retell. And we as council, we as our staff and our community certainly appreciate what it takes to come in and retell these stories. And I know that our hearts go out with you as well, Deborah. If you could just hold on, I just want to see if there's any questions for you.
Okay, thank you.
And I don't see any, but I do want to say thank you again, and our hearts are with you.
Thank you so much.
Right, our next delegation is Keith Rivers. We'll look for Keith. Keith, it's Mayor McGarry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes, do you mind turning down the computer there? Thank you.
I will. I'll stop crying then.
Thank you. And when you're ready, please begin.
Okay. Hello, my name is Keith Rivers. I'm a member of Citizens for Cambridge, and I'm delegating tonight to urge City Council to proceed with this program of community consultation. I think we've heard a lot of representations here tonight, which are very impactful and probably couldn't be more polarized. But it's not unusual. I've been through all the community consultations previously held by public health, and so I'm well aware of the concerns in the community. I spent a lot of time investigating just what these sites might contribute to the less than well-being of our community, and I really found that most of them were without foundation. It seems that there are some very fundamental misconceptions of what these sites are supposed to do and how they operate. And I've talked to the police service a day ago and was told point blank that the surrounding community is much better off with a consumption and treatment site in their location. And I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on that now, but I think it's a big challenge to try and reconcile the differences in opinion that we hear. And I think one of the very important things we ought to consider when we go ahead with this consultation is that we follow the credo of our well-being committee: engage, empower, educate. I think it's so very important to educate folks in terms of what's really happening at these sites. And there's more than ample evidence out there that says it. And in fact, I've got a letter here that was written by one of our residents who's a world-renowned researcher. She cites a public health and public order outcomes article associated with supervised drug consumption facilities, a systematic review. And the quote from that study, which by the way has 115 references as part of it, says, consistent evidence demonstrates that SCF, that's the acronym for, it's called supervised consumption facilities, mitigate overdose-related harms and unsafe drug use behaviors, as well as facilitate uptake of addiction treatment and other health services among people who use drugs, PWUD. Further, SCFs have been associated with improvements in public order without increasing drug-related crime. SCFs have also been shown to be cost-effective. Now, many of the residents have cited the problems that they've experienced and the troubles in their neighborhoods. And it's a fact that these facilities do not increase problems. In fact, it's quite to the contrary. So I think it's very important that going forward, we try to get to the root of this and help folks to understand, because it will really help our community. Finally, I would say that there's a cohort that we haven't heard from, and that's really the citizens who would use this facility. And you know, as council, and citizens, we must listen to everyone in the community. And these folks are silent. Why? Because it's a secret. It's a criminal activity. It's something that has great shame and is a disease. And we haven't heard from anybody tonight in that category. And those are the citizens that will use this facility. Now, if you look at the statistics, more than 20,000 people in Waterloo Region are consuming opioids. More than 1,000 people are on alternate drugs therapy. The public health has said 1,000 folks in our community are intravenous drug users. So we must recognize that we've got a problem, and we need to do something about it. This is one link in the chain of services that's missing, and we have many services in town that will help with a situation. We just have to help people get there, and that's about all I have to say tonight. I know there's going to be more opportunity to review this in the future, and I'm urging the council to accept the report and please move forward with this consultation.
Thank you, Keith. I'm just going to look to members of council to see if there's any questions for you. And seeing none, I did have one myself. I didn't quite hear the number of opioid users that are estimated in Waterloo Region. Can you clarify that? I didn't quite hear the number or how that.
Well, it's more than 20,000, and it was a survey of prescriptions that are given in Waterloo Region. And unfortunately, I tried earlier today to try and find that reference, but I couldn't. But if you look at the pharmacy reviews, that's been done, it's more than 20,000. And then these are under prescription, but you know, this is something that can lead to problems in almost anyone if it doesn't go properly.
Well, thank you for that. I think that's one of the first times I've heard that statistic. Thank you. I don't see any other questions from council, so thank you again for your delegation this evening and for joining us.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Clifford Van Cleef. So we'll wait for Cliff to come on land.
Hello.
Hi, Cliff. It's Mayor McGarry. Can you hear me?
Absolutely. How are you doing tonight, Mayor McGarry?
Well, we are all here waiting to hear from you. So thank you very much for joining us, and please begin.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor McGarry, and thank you, Council, for listening to my delegation tonight. I do promise to be quick. I would also like to acknowledge the delicate stories of loss and of the courage it takes to come forward with those stories. And, you know, it strikes home to a lot of people. So thank you for that. So tonight, as you all know, you're going to vote to allow staff to proceed with the community consultation on the two proposed sites for the CTS location. What I'm hoping to ask Council is to understand the vulnerability of the two neighborhood locations for these. I'm only going to really address the Oxford location as we live in this immediate neighborhood. It is made up of a mix of new families and seniors, as you've heard tonight. Some of those seniors have lived here for over 30 to 40 years. In speaking with the residents, and with my speaking with residents, most of them are at wit's end with the crime and the problems that come from the downtown Galt area and beyond. We've been dealing with drugs, crime, and security issues for well over 5 years now. Some of the senior residents cannot voice their concerns via email or Zoom as they don't have the technical know-how. So just, and I'll come back to this point here at the end. 65% of the homes have children. 40% of those homes have children under the age of 14. Residents are really nervous to let their kids roam as they should be able to. Within a 4-minute travel time of the Oxford location, as you've heard, there are 2 daycare centers and a Montessori school. And just outlying of that is a public school and the Muslim school. I do have the names of 3 residents who cannot express their concerns except by phone, and I would ask council to remember this and to direct staff that we need full community engagement. It means that every home in these areas needs to have a say in this location. By now, council would have had, and staff would have received my letter and may have had a chance to read it. I trust that council would make the right decision with factual statistics, and I would ask that council ask city staff to come back with a better location that meets the community needs, the financial responsibilities of the city, and that will the well-being of our youth and our seniors. Again, thank you, Mayor McGarry and council, for your time tonight.
Thank you, Cliff, for your presentation. So I'm going to turn to members of council to see if there's any questions for you. And seeing none, thank you again for your presentation this evening and for joining us.
Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Oh, just one moment.
Oh.
A late entry. Councillor Devine, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. Cliff, you referenced better sites. What do you mean by better sites? What would be better locations, Cliff?
So, I mean, I don't have an ideal better location. I mean, obviously a neighborhood is not a good location as if the crime is there, then it does affect the neighborhood directly. The hospital has come up many times in conversations tonight and in years past. We don't have the wraparound services for a CTS location. We don't have the rehabilitation. We need beds. We need rehabilitation. We need quick service for people that are going to seek to get off of the drugs. And those have to come first. Yes, it's a 4-pillar system. And so to come back to your question, Mike, I don't necessarily have a great location, but I know the hospital has been bounced around before. And I'm not an expert, but I would say that would probably be about the best location if a CTS site was to come to Cambridge. Thank you.
Thanks, Cliff.
Thank you. I've got another question, Cliff, if you could just hang on, from Councillor Mann. Please go ahead.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, Cliff. Just a quick question. Do I understand that you support the CTS, but you just don't support it in this area?
I don't support a CTS, and that's personal reasons why I don't. There's a lot of addiction issues that aren't addressed with the CTS, and there's a lot of problems that can come with the CTS. So to answer your question, I really do not support a CTS location.
Thanks, Cliff. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any further questions, so thank you, Cliff, for joining us this evening.
Thank you, Mayor McGarry and council. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next delegation is Brianna Hawk. Brianna, it's Mayor McGarry. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great, we can hear you. Please begin. You've got 5 minutes.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to say that I'm fully against the safe injection site, as I've seen firsthand how hard it is to overcome addiction. I strongly believe this is the wrong way to fix this extremely big issue we have in this community. I also wanted to say that I would feel extremely unsafe in my own home, as I live at 7 Oxford Street, right across from a possible location. I'm a 20-year-old female living alone, weighing around 100 pounds. If anything ever happened, I would have zero chance to defend myself. I also work afternoons, so I would get home around 10:30 to 11 at night, which makes me even more uneasy. That is all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Brianna. Would you just wait there to see if I have any questions from council for you?
Yep.
And seeing none, thank you very much for your patience and for presenting tonight.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next delegation is Daryl Tyrwhitt. Just one moment. Thank you for your patience. We were unable to make a connection with the last delegation, Daryl Tyrwhitt. So our staff have requested him to send in his notes to us, which he has agreed to do. So that brings us down to the end of our delegations, members of council, and wanted to again point to the fact that we've received over 200 items of correspondence on this item. And I really want to thank people for your engagement, and also note again that any further written submissions that the public wishes to send in will be included in the public record until 4:30 on Thursday, April the 1st. And I also remind everybody to ensure that your correspondence remains respectful and kind. As we are at just after the 10:30 mark, we're here at 10:36 and just finishing the delegations. It is obvious that we are not going to get through the rest of the debate and items by 11 o'clock. So there's several options that we could consider right now in order to complete the rest of the agenda. We could consider continuing past 11 p.m. and waiving the procedure bylaw. We could consider moving debate on this item and discussion on item number 10 until March 31st, which is tomorrow evening at 5 p.m. and all other remaining agenda items could go at that time. And another option could be that we move other remaining agenda items to April 6th, which would be the region official plan major transit station areas, and April 13th. All other agenda items would go to that, including debate and discussion from tonight's discussion. So I'll look to members of council for comments on the three options. I can repeat them if you need to, but Councillor Liggett, you have your hand up. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we move everything to the 13th other than the item that you suggested for the 6th. I prefer that. This has been a heavy load emotionally for a lot of us and physically draining. I don't want to have to do this all over again tomorrow. And then I have a back-to-back meetings. Like I have Community Wellbeing Committee Thursday night as well. So my preference is to move it to the 13th of April. Thank you. And I move that if I could get a seconder.
I'm going to just hear from other council members first and return to you for a motion if need be. Councillor Devine, you have your hand up. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. We've had a long emotional day. We've had some very, very strong emotions from the residents, rightfully so, because it's an emotional issue. And, you know, there's some of us wear our hearts on a sleeve, and there's a lot of council who have been impacted today, particularly the mayor, with what's gone on, right? And I noticed there was an email sent in by a gentleman today that wasn't very complimentary to most of us by the sounds of it. And I think we need to let this go till the 6th and the 13th. And we'll get, clearer heads thinking on this, the issue of the consumption and treatment site. And we really need to let it sink in what's been said tonight. Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton, then Councillor Ermetta, then Councillor Reid. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Yeah, in line with what Councillor Liggett and Councillor Devine were suggesting, is obviously we're all tired. It's almost 11 at night, and it was a very heavy session of council. As understandably it should be because of the gravity of the issues that were being discussed. So I think that taking a breather physically, emotionally, and mentally is a great idea. So I think orienting council so that anything that's time sensitive can occur sooner rather than later on the 6th, and putting other issues to the 13th is probably most appropriate. I can only speak for myself, but hypothetically I could do tomorrow night, but I would literally have my toddler on my lap because I've already inquired and we have no child minding, and I'm also working all day. So it's possible for me, but there would be two of us in here and there would be some Paw Patrol. So the 6th and the 13th, I think, I think considering the gravity of the issues would be the most appropriate solution to the time crunch. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Ermetta and Reid, and then I'll have some comments as well. Councillor Ermetta.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. It has been a very moving issue, on all sides, right? And I support the rest that have spoken so far, that it would be good to have the additional time. It is an exhaustive issue, and I'm still getting emails, as I'm sure we all are. And I think, having that extra time will allow us to hear from even more people and to, better read the emails that have been coming in throughout the day today, and to be able to digest the information that we've heard tonight. So I do think that extra time would be beneficial. And, it's one of the most significant issues of our time, right? And I think it's good to allow for a breather and to allow for that adequate input as part of the process. And I do know Councillor Liggett is extremely busy, and she does have one other meeting coming, which I'm sure she just read about today. So anyways, I support allowing the extra time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I think that I would prefer to go tomorrow night. I would prefer, while it is fresh in my mind, that we deal with this issue. I see that we already have delayed and delayed and delayed decisions around a CTS, and I really don't want to delay anymore. I would be quite happy to do it tomorrow night, but if it doesn't suit everybody, then the latest that we should go is April the 6th. So, you know, I just feel that we need to deal with this, and it isn't as if we're choosing a site. We have to remember what we're doing here is that we are saying to our staff that we either want you to go ahead and do the consultation on these two sites, or we do not. And so I think that you know, what we've heard tonight has been more geared to a specific site than geared to whether there should be consultation or not. So I think that we could certainly deal with that tomorrow night, but I'm willing to go to April the 6th if that is the wish of the majority. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm just going to jump in here and just note to council members that we were able to reach our last delegate, Daryl Turritt. So I'm just going to make a couple of comments and have our clerk weigh in quickly. I believe that waiting to debate this until the 13th is a long time for our community to listen or to have to wait. And so there may be another opportunity. I certainly take all of council's comments under advisement. So as I said, I want to make sure that we move forward for the community's sake. We know that we're still having communications come in till 4:30 on April 1st. At the next time that we bring this item forward, we will not be having any delegations. But one option may be to potentially have a special council meeting on April 6th, I think just ahead. So I'm going to just ask our clerk to weigh in on that. That would get this sooner rather than later and still allow us to get through some of the agenda. Madam Clerk?
Through you, Madam Chair, if council doesn't wish to reconvene tomorrow evening, council could have staff look to book an additional meeting. We could also go away and consult on modifying the date on April 6th to include a special council portion and also the workshop that you have planned. So you could do a combination on the 6th if you wish.
I'm wondering if we could hear our delegate first and then come back to this issue. I don't want to leave them waiting. Would that be acceptable? And I note that hands were up and we'll come back to that after we have our final delegate. All right, nods? Yes. Okay, so we'll bring in Daryl Turritt. I'm hoping I'm saying that correctly. Daryl, it's Mayor McGarry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
And we can hear you. Thanks. I'm glad we were able to get connected. So last but not least.
Yes,
please.
yes. Hopefully you haven't saved the best for last.
Well, we may have. We don't know yet. But you go ahead.
We don't know yet.
You've got your 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Yes, yes. I'm a long-term resident of Cambridge, and I have 2 grandchildren that go to school in that area. And I have been tracking generally what's been going on with the CTS site, but I hadn't paid close attention till I read that report that's before you tonight. And what struck me about reading that report, the details that are in that report, is that, you know, it seems to me that by council excluding the downtown core and staff trying to write a report that meets the criteria that was outlined by council and trying to follow the provincial guidelines, they could only come to the conclusion that they did is the quadrant of the area of the city that you've identified these two sites in, but we don't know anything more about what might be a better site. Because I'm not opposed to a site, I just think that council shouldn't be considering any residential area, and this is what staff seem to have come back with. Like a good example of that is you know, you need to put this in an area of need, and the area of need identified in that report is 26 Simcoe Street. Yet on the map in the report, it shows the large area, basically 100% red, and that's the whole downtown area. So you can't set a criteria that's within a 10-minute walk that's going to include any area that's not a residential area, that's not close to a school, because you just go up Ainsley Street and there's GCI. So I think staff were given the impossible task to come up with sites, and as a result, you only have 2 residential sites. And I think that's the problem. The province also indicates in their guideline that these sites should be open 7 days a week. I think both the Kitchener and the Guelph sites are open essentially from 9 in the morning till 8 or 9 at night, 7 days a week. So that's the problem with the residential area. You can't have this occur in a residential area because of the problems that would arise from that. You know, we don't know much about, you know, the users of these injection sites, what happens to them after they use, and how quickly do they leave these locations after, you know, they've been at these sites, and what time of the day they're doing that. So it could create a lot of problem in the neighborhood. Hence, that's why the province, I think, indicates in their guideline that you must have support of the neighborhood. They don't use words like you should, they use the word must. And I think that's important for council to understand. The other thing that strikes me is that in 2018, the Bridges were advocating relocating from where they are. And I know now they maybe not be, but who's to say that's not the case a year from now, 2 years from now? Also, the record reported in September that 67 of the existing 100 residences there were relocated to permanent residences. We don't know today, at least I don't, how many of these residents still reside there and what the current population is and what the future plan is for that. But yet we're talking about focusing on 2 residential sites in this one small quadrant of the city, because I don't think, because you've excluded the downtown for the reasons that you have, this is the only thing that the staff could come up with. So I think we're putting ourselves in an impossible situation here. And I think that's the problem that's been created in trying to achieve an acceptable site. So I think those are all my comments.
Thank you, Daryl. If you could just hang on the line, I've got a question for you from a member of council. Councillor Adjei,
Sure.
Go ahead.
Sure.
Thanks, Your Worship. And Daryl, thanks for your presentation. It appears to me you're not against a site, but you don't like these two sites that have been identified. Is there anywhere, Daryl, you think that would be acceptable? What would be a good location? Do you have any idea what you could come up with?
Well, certainly it should not be in a residential area. So I think you're challenged by the fact that the so-called area of need is in the downtown area, yet you're excluding the downtown area. Now, I know there's a lot of issues around that, but I think they're better dealt with in a commercial area. I spent 45 years in commercial real estate, So I know real estate, I understand zoning, I understand issues that you're trying to deal with, but you can't put it in a residential area. It just wouldn't work. And I think that's why you're struggling with the kind of polarizing results that you have, is that you're trying to put a square peg in a round hole. And I think staff could only write the report that they did because of the criteria that's being used for them to apply. And I think they're picking and choosing what they're trying to select from the provincial criteria on what they think works best to fit these sites. So basically, when I read the report, I could have written the report based on those two sites. Where does the city want me to put these two sites? And then I write my report, and that's what I would have written. So it just seems to me that the criteria isn't broad enough. Like, we don't know anything about these 27 sites that they refused to consider and where they were. And I think the critical thing is that council shouldn't be considering just these two sites. Like, I think the foundation for which you're going forward with has flawed, and you're going down the wrong path to start with. And you've shot yourself in the foot, because staff can't come up with anything more than these two sites in the criteria that's been outlined. So I don't know all of the reasons why council decided not to go in the downtown area, but honestly, it's better in the downtown area than it is, or at the hospital or some area out in 24, than it is in a residential neighborhood anywhere in the city. Could be an industrial area.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to Councillor Liggett, and just a word of note, we have 6 minutes left because we're going to have to pass a procedural bylaw to waive pass a motion to waive our procedural bylaw to go past 11 p.m. Councillor Liggett, you have the floor.
Actually, I'll pass on my questions so that we can get the other part of this done.
Thank you. All right. I think we are going to have to move now to waive notice of our procedural bylaw, to move the meeting past 11 to get through the next essential discussion, and also a couple of motions before we wrap up. May I have a motion to do so? Councillor Mann, seconded by Councillor Reid. Madam Clerk, will you call for the vote, please?
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Nay.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
Favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
That carries.
Thank you. So we'll wrap up as quickly as possible. Now we'll go back to the list of options. And it sounds like we may have some consensus in order to move the other remaining items to April 6th and put in a special meeting of council at that point to complete not only the debate on item 10, but also the rest of the agenda items. And I will take any comments. Yeah, there are going to be some motions that we do have to complete tonight as well. Are there any comments about moving everything to April 6th and putting a special council meeting portion? Councillor Wolf.
I agree. I think that's the best choice for us at this point.
Councillor Reid.
I agree as well. I said before I would prefer tomorrow night, but I will take April 6th.
Okay, it sounds like we have some consensus. Who would like to move that? Councillor Wolf, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. If there's no further comments, I'll ask Madam Clerk to call for the vote and we'll get out the details of that afterwards. Madam Clerk.
I can read the motion now if you wish. The council refer all remaining items from the March 30th council meeting to a special council meeting to be scheduled for April 6th. Time to be determined.
Yes. Seeing no other hands raised, we're ready for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Atchade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
Aye.
Councillor Hamilton.
Favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
That carries.
Just going to confer as to what we need to complete this evening. Just one moment. Madam Clerk.
Through you, Madam Chair. So for the remainder of the items for this evening, I would ask that we pass the motion to receive correspondence and presentations, introduction of consideration of bylaws, just so we can go through the amended appointment bylaw for Deputy Mayor, the confirmatory bylaw, and the close of the meeting.
I'm just flipping to the right page. Is everybody on mute?
Through you, Madam Chair, if council wishes, I can read the motions out.
Yep, please go ahead.
Motion to receive correspondence and presentations. Moved by Councillor Wolf, seconded by Councillor Mann. Recommendation that council receive all presentations and correspondence at the special council meeting held on March 30th, 2021 for information.
Thank you. Does council have any comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, I'll call for the vote.
Councillor Atchade.
Favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
Aye.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
So our next item is introduction and consideration of bylaws. And I'll have Madam Clerk read them out, but it'll be moved by Councillor Wolf, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Madam Clerk.
Recommendation 21024 being a bylaw to appoint deputy mayor and alternate on regional council as amended.
Okay, are there any further comments? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Atchade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
In favor.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
Opposed.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
So our next item is the confirmatory bylaw. And I think I'll have Madam Clerk read the motion. Please read in its entirety. It'll be moved by Councillor Mann, seconded by Councillor Adshade.
Recommendation 21025 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of Council of the Corporation of the City of Cambridge at its meeting held on March 30th, 2021.
Thank you. I'll call for the vote. Seeing no comments, Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade. Councillor Adshade.
I think he's frozen. Oh, there he is.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor? Yeah.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
Aye.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor?
Councillor Liggett.
In favor?
Councillor Mann.
In favor?
Councillor Reid.
In favor?
Councillor Wolf.
In favor?
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. So now we've reached the end of our agenda for today. Councillor Liggett, do you want to read that?
I think I'll go by memory, but I don't know who my seconder is, please.
Councillor Mehta.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Mehta, that this meeting of Cambridge Council does close at 11:03 from March 30th, 2021.
Thank you. And we're ready to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor?
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
Aye.
Councillor Hamilton.
Favor?
Councillor Liggett.
In favor?
Councillor Mann.
In favor?
Councillor Reid.
In favor?
Councillor Wolf.
In favor?
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. That concludes our meeting for today. Thank you again for joining us, and stay safe, Cambridge. Be kind to each other. Good night.
Night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.